we will call this meeting, the morning workshop on the 18th to begin. And Gordon, Jeff, please, whenever you're ready.
All right, good morning. A couple items on your consent agenda. The first one is a grant agreement between the State Ag Department and Klickitat County. And this is for the water line upgrade of the fairgrounds. Item number 4 is setting a public hearing to consider and hear testimony regarding the vacation of an alley in Trout Lake. We have three actually pay estimates. First one is for Oliver's floor coverings, and that is for replacing the bathroom floors at the Pioneer Center that have come apart after a couple of decades of use. Estimate number 21 to Kirby Nagelhout, it's for the building. We also have the third one is for Southern Boulder, and that's for the roll-up or rolling doors at the jail.
I do appreciate it when the estimates are small.
Yeah. Me too. There were some big ones.
The building is almost done, so the big one should be done.
Or 14.
Uh,
And they'll be big again. Construction site, everything's still suspended until the weather gets a little better. I still have lots of snow stacked up in lots of areas, especially on the west side, which is where most of the remaining work has to be done on Canyon Road. I think it is for the siding guideposts. Let's see, design. We opened bids on the 25th for Courtney Road, so we'll see how that goes. Also trying to get the state, we might have to delay award. We had to request the funding for that we received from Senator King several years ago now. And so there's a process, and WashDOT said if we want to use that money, we can't award until that is set up. So we're waiting for that. So we've submitted our paperwork and just waiting to hear from them. So it could delay us a week or two. I don't know. It's usually about 6 weeks for them to process requests for funding to obligate for construction. So we'll see. Let's see. Klickitat Pass still working with WashDOT Parks. That project ahead. Still working on the courthouse parking lots, and we have our meeting today at 1:30 to talk about the options and the parking there. Most of our on-call for consultants opens tomorrow, and so we'll see what happens with those. On the maintenance side, we're doing a lot of brushing, hand brushing on the west side, sanding as needed, widening as we can our graders. And on the east side, sanding, cleaning culverts, mowing actually, which is great. Since they didn't get as much snow as we did from here west. And repairing minor washouts. So we had some washouts on some of our roads that really don't have much drainage, like Peterson Road, Alder Creek Road. So we're fixing those, the damage from those. The building, still working on punch list. I think they started out, had a punch list that had almost 800 items on it, so they're chipping away at that. And we discovered new things as we use it. So this week, they're supposed to give us some recommendations for corrective actions on the HVAC system. They also have some correcting that the contractors subs didn't install it correctly, so they're fixing those locations as well. And so hopefully by next Tuesday, I'll have some concrete solutions to talk about. For now, I've actually asked that they turn off, actually we have turned off the big unit in the entryway during working hours, because that's the most obnoxious one. And I think it affects, your guys' offices as well as in here. And so it's just off during the business hours, 8 to 5. So, quiet things down. Let's see. Parking expansion. So the rest of the biggest piece of work left to do to close out the contract is what's in the courthouse parking lot. And we heard back from our consultant about DOE. So DOE is choosing not to say it's cleaned up the site, even though the test results indicate that they are. They're worried about groundwater contamination. And so that's what they won't make a decision on whether or not for sure, you can fill the hole back up. They have kicked it on to their voluntary cleanup program and asked that we register for that program. The consultant says it's probably high 90% that you're safe to fill up the hole. He said, I've been doing this for 30 years and I've never said this before, but you're really ready to fill the hole back up. And actually DOE asked and thought that we might have already done that. But so if we wait, we go and enter this voluntary cleanup program. Whenever we enter, they actually assign somebody. It's 4 to 8 months before we might hear something back. So I think we're going to go ahead and fill up the hole because that area is clean. There's no evidence that we left something behind in the soil. And then we'll probably be, once we get into the voluntary process, which I got to know more about it because I'm always leery that there may be other strings attached to programs that they might offer. But they're concerned that our irrigation well that's close by may get some contamination, but we don't use it for potable water. And so our consultant's going to try, once we get transferred into that program, then to try and work with whoever they assign to convince them that we really don't need to do anything further. The worst he thought they might have us do, which is add monitoring wells, which we already talked about, that may be a possibility. I guess the good thing about the program, but I'm still kind of leery, is that our county is eligible for 75% reimbursement from the time we started. So everything we spent from when we started cleanup and we discovered this to completion, filling back the hole, we're eligible for 75% reimbursement, which that might be the best thing that comes out of it. But like I said, I've looked online and trying to find if there's a county or somebody else that I could talk to, county or city, that has entered the program and taken the money to what it really means, because I want to be sure before we do this. And anyway, so that's what I'm up to. But I think we'll move forward with filling the hole. That's what we're going to do.
The hole's full of water right now, right? Or ice on top.
Yeah, that's enough. We thought originally we could displace the water with the voids in the rock that we're going to use, but there's 2.5 feet of water. And on the lowest part of the hole, it's about 6 feet deep. I won't be able to displace the water within the rock I put in. So we'll probably, we will, we're getting a price on a Baker tank to pump the water out and into the Baker tank, but that's another expense. So, and I don't have costs on that yet. We're getting that today because we just got the email yesterday. So.
Have you taken a sample of the water to see if it's clean or not?
We did, yeah, we did. It's below any threshold, that reporting threshold. So
As long as we've got that, send it to them. Be like, oh, apparently the groundwater is not contaminated, because otherwise we'd be seeing it right here. Showing, we're going to fill them.
If you have video of me drinking the water. We'll get there. You can, fill the hole. It's better to ask for it.
It's been long enough.
yeah, so I think we'll fill the hole. It's just what do we do to get there? I think we have some hurdles to jump over, and we're working on it. But I think we'll fill the hole. before we actually get some kind of word from DOE. The person that reviewed it just didn't want to make that decision, so they're passing it on. So, and I don't know how you get anything else out of it. I really don't. So that's where we're at, but we're gonna move forward with it. Let's see, the entry, courthouse entry, we don't have all the pieces cut and glued on the outside, but after our electrician reconnects the light tomorrow, we'll open that entrance and it'll get back open and we'll finish the work on the outside during the day. Nothing new on HVAC. I don't know if there's something new on radios.
Now we actually have a layout working through the Jeff.
Last thing on the list is the financial system upgrade RFP that we got your permission to go out with back in December. And, but Public Works never actually advertised it in the location we were going to. So I didn't follow up on it. I was gone on vacation and we have new people. And so it's my fault that it didn't happen. So we're gonna ask that we talk to Brenda and she's talked to Lee about moving the opening date until March 1st. So and we will advertise this time. So if that's okay, we'll redo that.
Oh, since we didn't get anybody to respond, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it for the list that I have.
Any questions?
A while back, we mentioned we heard from a constituent about rock slide, landslide, something of that regard on Old Mountain Road vegetables. Look at it.
Cleaned up.
There was something there. And
There was, yeah, they ditched it. It happens, right? Yeah, they ditched it.
I haven't talked to the gentleman, but I will know the answer when I run into him. Thanks, sir.
Are there any questions?
Got a little of that screen.
Good. This is on a level line. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Jen, 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she doesn't.
I was waiting for the elected officials and department heads. Because they're squeezing in. So at this point in time, the budget process, we have a couple of unforeseen circumstances come up with 2 different departments. One of them currently, Fund 137 is over budget and is requesting that the budget checking be removed to allow for current accounts payable. It was confirmed last week from the state auditor's office that the FEMA reimbursements that was acted as passed through should not be in that fund, but the accountants are still working on removing all of that information from 137 into a custodial fund. So until that process is complete, which will take some time, but has to be created. She's asking to lift the budget checking level to 2021 AP to be processed. Additionally, the treasurer's office has some unforeseen circumstances with banking fees that were unexpected come through, and he is asking that the budget checking level be lifted. Process those banking fees.
These are pertaining to the 2021.
Yes.
The treasurer's office, the banking, what kind of dollars? I mean, I remember the banking fee increase was
I
really
believe
significant, because I think we were paying either nothing.
we were paid nothing.
Right.
It would, I think, the number off the top of my head of what is entered in Advanta is $17,000, which would put him over budget and just short of 9,000.
That seems reasonable as far as like, that was unforeseen when we went from nothing to $20,000. I guess he's only $9,000 over budget. That's actually good.
You saw it coming in the middle of last year, but the budget was already done. So
And he didn't know how much it was gonna end up being at the end of the year.
we were being warned.
Yeah, because we were warned about the fees that apparently we're supposed to be thankful that we went all those years with them not charging us. But I guess it seems like $20,000 in banking fee but to use our money, but that's okay.
We have all that money in the bank, so they 30,000.
I know, right? They used all our money. They gave us 30,000 in interest, but they charged us 20,000
Yeah, to use a small piece of it.
for us to use a small piece of our money.
Consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. He will be bringing over a memo later for this.
They're following.
Sheriff Sandra, you are up.
Oh, that didn't take long.
Thank you, sir.
I
How long are you gonna be?
15 minutes.
All right, for those that didn't hear, he's got a meeting with representative. Yes. And then speak loud so the mic above you.
If I could, I failed to put one item on here. Sergeant Riggins is here to address that. I'll try to get through this real quickly. I understand the short time.
No, sir, I think we're fine.
We were a total of 100 calls. The service January 1, January 17th. In addition to the call service, deputies served a total of 13 civil victims in September. Item 2, the sheriff's office took part in the Christmas parade with success. We want to do a great job. Item 3, on November 25th, 21, Deputy Jason Whitehouse returned to the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office after 20+ years of service. Jason is now a patrol officer for the city of Wells, Oregon. Jason is a true law enforcement professional, and we wish him the best in his new law enforcement job. Jason is a credit and asset to the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office. Item 4, on December 31st, 22, Deputy Jim Leininger retired from the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office after 20 years of service. Jim's wife, and then one dispatcher, Terry Leininger, also retired on December 31st, 2022, from the Department of Emergency Management after 20+ years of service. Both Jim and Terry have been an asset to the law enforcement profession. They will be missed. We wish both Jim and Terry the best. January 16th, 2022, Deputy Pat King retired from the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office after 20+ years of service. We also wish Pat the best in his retirement years, and also be a credit and asset to the law enforcement profession. On January 14th, item 6, the Sheriff's Office Administration conducted interviews of top 5 civil service tested applicants for entry-level deputy sheriff to fill vacant positions. We have offered 3 of the 5 applicants, Robert Cooper, Terrell Howard, and Cody Milton, additional offer of employment, which is contingent on the satisfaction passing the background test. On January 7th and 10th, 2000, to the sheriff's office, administration conducted interview 3 civil service tested applicants for entry-level jail deputy. One vacant position. We have offered 2 of the 3 applicants, Emmett Vincent and Christopher Emmett, additional offer of employment is contingent on the satisfactory background investigation for the next test. That's my evaluation. I remove various volunteer community policing programs for the Park County Sheriff's Office and breakdown of the volunteer hours to the community in each of the following groups. Klickitat County Sheriff's Office, 2021 Reserve Deputy Program Annual. 7 reserve deputies volunteered a total of 1,803.75 hours, providing conflict services to the citizens of Klickitat County. The 1,803.75 hours at $26.42 per hour is a total of the value of $47,600 attached to that. We, the Posse Community Policing Program, we currently have 140 volunteer posse members that provide county-wide crime prevention activities for numerous community activities, which includes the county fair, various rodeos, parades, and other community events. The posse members also provide courtroom security, the sheriff's office, and assist with jail transfers. They also provide security at crime scenes for the sheriff's office. The 120 posse members includes 9 posse members who are hound hunters and assist the sheriff's office tracking dangerous wildlife such as cougars, bears, bobcats that present a threat to public safety, domestic animals, and livestock. In 2021, the posse donated a total of $3,377 to community service at the sheriff's office. Total miles driven by the posse, 1,600. They paid for their own miles. Total hours, $3,377 at $15 per hour, $50,655. And their mileage of 20,600 that they also do at 56 cents per mile, comes to 11,500. The total hours and mileage donated by the posse comes to a grand total $62,240. Please refer to the tax. C. Klickitat County Sheriff Volunteer Airborne Light Operation 2021. I have commissioned 6 pilots as special deputies who volunteer to assist the sheriff's office on various missions, such as searching for lost individuals, stolen property, suspect vehicles, wildfire spotting, and other things related. Following pilots are Air 1, Doug Curley, his company is Airstone. Air 2, Bud Nolan, is a private pilot. Air 3, Stephen Griggs, is a private pilot. Air 4, Brad Dillon, is supported by the Cub Craft Factory of Yakima. That company helps pay for planes and all the food. Air 5, Jeremy Young, is supported by TAC Aero. And Air 6, Brian Clinton, is also supported by TAC. Pilots have donated 1,047.55 hours, plus the fuel cost, maintenance, pilot hour rate, clean limit, comes to a total of $403,047. This is a very successful program. These are all professional pilots who donate free of charge their services to the citizens of the tax. search and rescue volunteer. PF two is the sheriff's office coordinator for the volunteer search and rescue. There are 60 current search and rescue. In 2021, they conducted 683 mission outs, and a total of 13 missions, of which 12 were within the county, and 1 mutual aid outside. Search and rescue members are true professionals that have located and rescued a number of lost persons and saved lives. The search and rescue members have donated a total of 3,138 hours in serving the citizens. The total number of hours, 3,138 hours, $15 an hour, comes to $59,070. I've attached that. The total of all the volunteer community hours that have been donated by the following groups: Klickitat County Sheriff Posse, 7,655. Correct. Klickitat County Reserve, 47,655. Sheriff's Posse Program, 62,144. Sheriff Airwing, 3,477. Sheriff Rescue, $59,070. The grand total value of hours donated is $572,246. I've attached grant. Item 9, I attached press release to Senate Bill 5613. Klickitat County Code. I also attached my press release on civilian concerns for the receipt order 4th Zoom meeting that occurred on January 12th, 2022. We were referred to Chief I ran through that pretty fast. Joe, if you don't mind speaking up on the program that you talked about.
Absolutely. Thank you. We're looking at some recent events and looking at some permitting issues that may be coming up in the future within the county. I guess the request would be to open a discussion between the board, the sheriff's office, and maybe the other county departments that are involved in permitting processes for events as well as large projects within the county. In the past, I think we're all aware that when we have large projects in the county, they have significant impacts on the local communities as well as regarding workers, employees going back and forth to the sites, the things that are added to those areas. I can reference the solar site out in Middle Road ended up being a large traffic issue in county construction zones out there that were occurring, endangering the workers and also endangering the employees that were headed back and forth to work. That does put an additional strain on the sheriff's office and how we address those issues. What I think that I'd like to do is see if we can be more in the permitting process in the initial stages, kind of like county road is involved in the way of assessing what sort of damages or maintenance is going to be required on county roads, what sort of permitting is going to be necessary to do that. The sheriff's office would be more interested in just assuring that we have the appropriate resources available to address the additional traffic needs and so forth. This can also carry to larger events that are permitted within the county and the permitting process that's done there to ensure that we have the appropriate resources in place to do that. I think that that would be maybe a simple ability to have for lack of better terms, a flow chart or a risk assessment sheet on behalf of the sheriff's office for each of these as it comes through the permitting process to determine what sort of impact it would have, whether it's certain times of the day, whether it's a certain amount of employees, certain amount of people arriving at the events that are permitted, and be able to address that in the appropriate manner to ensure that the safety is there for the community as well as the the resources available through the sheriff's office to address those needs. And ultimately, the goal is that in any of these projects is when you're dealing with especially traffic related issues, you're dealing with education, enforcement, and engineering. So you're dealing with the fact that threes, you're dealing with the county road department, looking at the engineering of the roadways, how to maintain those. You're looking at enforcement. That comes through the sheriff's office primarily. In dealing with anything from overweight issues to dealing with traffic issues to dealing with the things that are impacting the community and ultimately the cost of the county itself. And you're looking at education. By this proposal of having an involvement, maybe adding an additional fee if it's qualified to do so in the permitting process or regulations on the permitting process to the actual applicant, what that would mean is that they now have an investment into the safety of the community as well as the people that are attending it and employees. A discussion with one of our, and that would be the education of conversation with some of the people that we've contacted out at the solar site. I mean, when you're driving 90 miles an hour in a construction zone on group pavement, it's a problem. And in talking to the supervisors on that site, this isn't a problem that's just inherent to this project. It's one that follows them from project to project to project. And they're both majority of the employees that are transient, employees that come in with the project have no tie to the community. They have no ties here of community safety and so forth. They just get to and from work the best they can. And sometimes that's putting other people in danger as well as the county. And by having that investment on behalf of the applicants or project managers and so forth, that they have a financial investment in that, if they are maybe able to assist and work on their end to ensure that they have additional conversations with employees, conducting safety checks, doing these different things that make sure that there's less county involvement in the long run. Maybe there's an opportunity that if there was a fee that they paid or an application fee that they paid based on the need, maybe they get it back at the end of the time. You know, if they can successfully show that they're going to do that internally and educate their own employees. So I guess that's the reach out, is to see if a process can be developed that would involve the sheriff's office a little bit more in determining what is believed to be appropriate for the different projects or events. Submit that to the county commissioners for their review. So at least we can show that there's an assessment, there's a determination of what the need might be on behalf of the sheriff's office, and leave that to the commissioners of whether that's something that's going to be assessed in part of the permitting process before it's approved, or if it's not. But at least that information is out there for you to understand. That's it in a nutshell.
Want to be a comment too. I think we have the ability, when you're going through the SEPA process on a project, like we don't have the ability to charge impact fees because those are through the Growth Management Act, and we don't plan under growth management. But we do have the ability in the SEPA. That's what the SEPA process is supposed to do, is supposed to identify. Everybody thinks of it as environmental, but it's actually the whole spectrum of impacts that a project can bring to a community. And so there may be an ability there as far as to be able to identify, but it does have to be tied to a specific impact, and the charge has to be specific to mitigating that impact. Otherwise, we get in the situation of it appears that we're like, well, if you write us a check for this, then we can't do that. It's as far as it has to be tied to a specific impact, and that's what you need for. So that's just a comment, but we can investigate that. When you're talking, like, I get the maybe it's just language. I was trying to understand the difference between, because you were interchangeably saying project, which I understand, an event, which I don't. What are you talking about when you're, what are you thinking when you're saying event?
I guess I would use an example of an event, even though it didn't qualify or need additional resources, would have been the road rally event.
Okay.
So the road rally event went through the permitting and it went through review by the county road department. as of the assessment on how that would impact the county roads and so forth. But when we ended up in that, then we started getting some complaints from county citizens about not being able to get out of their roadways, their driveways, not being allowed to exit, so forth. Those are impacts that fall back on the sheriff's office eventually for the same event. So by determining maybe a risk assessment, or for lack of better terms, a risk assessment chart to determine what sort of impact that would have on the citizens for the event side would be also different than the projects themselves, but they're both large impacts to the counties depending on the size of the event or project.
Okay, that's helpful. That makes sense.
No, you kind of hit exactly what I was gonna hit. I was curious. I mean, during the SEPA process, which is essentially the environmental, which has all of everything in it, they reach out to all the stakeholders from, Forest Service to Fish and Wildlife. Are you guys not included in that now for?
I don't believe we've seen anything from them as long as I've been in there.
The rally we have, car rally.
Well, that was mostly notification of it.
Right.
It was after the fact.
Yeah, true.
And I think that that's what was coming back down, was feeling that maybe that communication, if it was put into the process of having a step-by-step, like you, Christopher, to have the different departments notified and the different stakeholders notified of the process. And if it makes its rounds to first get signed off, and if there's any information that needs to go there, an evaluation of what's occurring or what the needs are, it can be assessed by each of those departments and returned at the appropriate time, and ensuring that we have that process.
Right, that is essentially what's done with the SEPA. Is essentially, the project's handed out to all the different organizations. Feel free to weigh in. And then whatever, if you choose to weigh in, then your needs are analyzed as part of that SEPA. And if you choose not to, then obviously it doesn't have an effect on you. It carries on. But I guess I'm just kind of surprised that you're not already in that.
Well, and I guess the question is, I recognize, and that's a concern. I think that would be a concern, and I think that I'd also look at the fact of, as we have these projects, of having the knowledge of what's going on, and I know that this is more wide standing than just these events, because we have to plan for the future as well. And while there's other things in the works or other possibilities out there, I would request that maybe we modify or at least streamline the program and figure out how we can do that and make sure that the events are covered as well as the projects and so forth. I don't know if the events would fall in under a different permitting process because that there's just a permit issued by the county for a different event versus a project that's a development type issue. I don't know whether there's a difference there.
Good information. Bring some information to light that will be helpful going forward. We'll work on it. We'll talk about it. We'll talk to the director.
Next meeting is not scheduled until 10:45.
Not to put you off again. Tim?
I'll go over a couple things. You can cut me off whenever. We have enough time. Couple things. I'll remove that. Yesterday, Representative Mossbrecher reached out to myself and the sheriff asking us to testify on behalf of House Bill 1788. This is an adjustment on the pursuit policies in the state of Washington. The sheriff and I both testified this morning in favor of that bill. What this would do is kind of adjust things back a little bit. Under the current legislation, if the sheriff's office received a report of a homicide, and I'll just use Centerville as an example. If we received but if we received a report of a homicide, we responded to the location. As we're getting there, a witness ran up to us and said, "That's the suspect right there, just killed so-and-so." We do not have the legal authority to pursue that person under the current laws because we only have reasonable suspicion. We do not have probable cause at that point. So House Bill 1788 is designed to fix a lot of that stuff in there. We testified in favor of that this morning, so that's one thing. I made an announcement that I'm running for sheriff, and one of the projects that I'm looking at is an animal shelter. One of the things that I'm trying to do is fund that so that the county doesn't have to actually come up with the funding for that. The sheriff has been gracious enough to let me start working on that stuff. I've already been in communication with Representative Mossbrecker, and we have already submitted a proposal for the state to fund that project at a rate of about $824,000 as kind of a start in that project. So it's something we're in communication with various citizens in our community. Our goal is so that the county does not have to come up with any funding for this project.
Yes. You, in your estimate, do you have a yearly operating cost as part of that number?
No, what we're trying to do is in the proposal that we came up with, we actually came up with both a construction budget as well as some funding from the state for the next 10 years to either fund or offset whatever costs it might be. And then in our plan, we intend to set up a 501c3 to work with members of the community to fund the project that way. Our K-9 program for the sheriff's office is funded through donations, and we have a lot more people in the community that want to be involved in the animal control style shelter. The only thing that we may be asking for at some point in time is maybe to see if there's some county-owned land that a project can be set up on. So that's kind of where we're at with that one. We, at the latter part of last year, we hired Zach McBride to be a deputy on the road. He currently works in the jail. We received notification late last week that his academy date has been moved up to March 8th, which means that he would graduate from the academy mid-July. Then he would start the field training officer program. And should, if he's successful at that, would be on his own handle calls by the end of October. We have 3 individuals that we made conditional offers on Friday to be deputies on the road. If I registered them for an academy today, I believe the next open academy is not until May, which means their graduation would be probably late October, first part of November. And then if they went through the FTO process, we're looking at probably January to February of next year before they would be up and running. We are anticipating 3 more retirements by the end of this year. Of course, the sheriff is one of them. And then we might have a supervisor opening as well as one of the other deputies. So we did have a test. I believe it was 2 weeks ago. We got some really good applicants on that. And then we have another test coming up, I believe, on the 28th or 29th, something.
Is getting any interest in laterals, or is it all new?
There were 2, my understanding is there were 2 lateral applicants. And a lateral applicant can be a good thing, but it can be you're getting somebody else's problems. And I believe that civil service, I was communicating with the Secretary for Civil Service. She mentioned that most likely they would not qualify. One of the applicants we are aware of has bounced around from department to department. And that's usually an indication that maybe it's not the department, but it's the
I was just curious if there was essentially, without getting into detail, whether there's an influx of people moving out of the city looking for employment.
We have not. Yeah, we have not seen that here in Klickitat County. Obviously we wanted, we advertised for lateral applicants. We just did not get enough lateral applicants. Talking to other agencies around, the sheriff and I went up and had lunch with the Yakima County Sheriff last week. And they are getting some lateral applicants here and there, some that are against the vaccine mandates that left Washington State Patrol. So it sounds like there are agencies that are getting lateral applicants And a lot of those have very good records of employment. So overall for calls last year, we were up about 1.7% for the sheriff's office, which is about consistent with the rest of the county. But what we're seeing is our violent crimes were significantly higher. Our domestic violence from 2021 over 2020 saw about a 30% increase in domestic violence calls. And our assault calls saw almost a 50% increase overall. So we're seeing a lot more violent crimes in our communities. But like I said, our calls are about 1.7%
I'll have Carmen go next, if that's okay.
Let her go.
Yeah. And then Karen wants to address you guys.
Good morning. So I'll make mine pretty brief. Charlie Garcia, Corrections Deputy, submitted his letter of resignation in December. His last official working day of January 3rd. He ended up actually taking a vacation day that day because he was with my family and I made reduction on snow and he couldn't find his car. Charlie come to Klickitat County from New York, and him and his fiancee Daria made a decision to return to New York to pursue their education and their careers. We'll definitely miss having him here, but we understand he needs to be closer to his family and career opportunities. He did point out if he could move to the Klickitat County Jail to New York, he would have gladly done that. Really, really enjoyed working for the department. Enjoyed the community of Klickitat County. Two conditional offers of employment were given, as you guys are well aware of, to Emmett Vincent and Christopher Hamlick. So I'm hoping to get those done quickly. Detective Bianchi is working on those as we speak. So I'm hoping to have them fully hired within the next 6 weeks. And then maybe I can have them to the academy by midsummer. With our academy now 10 weeks, we're looking at the end of the year before they're working by themselves. Training for December, we had taser training on the new taser 7s. We actually had some of the deputies chose to be tased as part of the training. I got to witness a few of them, and they did quite well. I was not willing to be tased again, so we're going to be getting firearms training on night shift. We have a lot of new people who don't have a lot of firearms experience, so we're just going to be doing a lot of training in the jail.
You got training with the same.
Yeah. This will be a fundamentals training, and they'll be working on their dry fire and just how to handle the weapon. We did order 2 CERT rifles. They're training rifles that we can use so that we don't have to be on the range. We don't have to have ammo. We don't have to have any risk of injury that way. And those will be nighttime training as well while we come in and do some training because it's usually the quietest time. They'll learn to sweep the courthouse and maneuver and stuff with the rifle as well. So we'll be doing both handgun and rifle training. This year, we're going to focus much of our training on firearms, defensive tactics, and a lot of mental health training. We now have a defensive tactics, certified defensive tactics officer, Cooper. He is going to be transitioning from the corrections division over to the roadside, but he will still be utilized for all of our DT instruction. Courts, this week is a busy court week. We've got dockets and trials going on. We still rely, of course, on the posse to cover all of the docket and courtroom security for our trials. Today I had to bring in somebody on overtime because one of our posse members was eliminated. We're not doing very many transports because of the weather. We've delayed a DOC transport out of December. We will be doing that transport tomorrow, just because we're on a time crunch now to get him into DOC custody following his sentencing. Prescriptions, our medical or our mental health prescriptions continue to be purchased through KC Pharmacy. And other items that are used in the jail are purchased through Amazon or other online retailers. We're really trying to price shop and save us some money. I do plan on working on an RFP for pharmaceuticals this year. A couple of goals for RFPs, and that would be one of them. With KBH having their own pharmacy now, there's a little bit of competition. So we might be able to get some of our pharmacy supplies a little cheaper with that. The jail population is remaining in a consistent state ranging from 20 to 25 inmates and only 1 to 3 females, which is pretty nice actually. This allows for easier segregation with COVID protocols. We still have only had the 1 case of COVID within the inmate population, and of course that was a mild case. We did reopen the church services on a weekly basis. We did this prior to Christmas, and they had a Christmas party, and they maintained distance, and we did it in multiple groups so that there were small numbers in each group. And I talked to Dr. Ogden, and he said it was really successful. The inmates were really glad to be back, having some normal services back in the jail. I am making arrangements with Teresa Cagle to begin our MRT classes back, and those will be once a week. And what's MRT? It's like a anger management class. So they learn a lot of good skills on how to cope with life. So it's a weekly class. Teresa's certified to run the class, and we'll be doing that on a once a week basis. And usually those class numbers are small anyway, with 2 to 3, so that's pretty easy to segregate out of in the library area. Our staffing levels are again going to be short as we transition 2 from the correction side, with Cooper being recently hired over to the road side, and then 2 in the process. So I have 1 open spot now, and we'll be retesting. We should be having our test at the same time the road's having theirs. So it's just really hard to find people to work. I've been working closely with Dr. B too, and there's some grant opportunities coming up for some dedicated treatment programs like through behavioral health and stuff. So we were hoping to there's a grant that we got through Comprehensive to put in a psychologist into the jail for weekly mental health visits. We don't have that currently. Unfortunately, Comprehensive right now is down 150 employees. They've even had to close one of their mental hospitals that we use to house for our crisis inmates that we get. So they only have bridges available right now.
150 employees, what?
Don't know. I would anticipate part of it is the mandate. They're just seeing a shortage just like the rest of the medical field is. So it makes it really difficult. That MAP program grant would put a nurse into our facility, which would be really helpful because we're not legally allowed to give those medications they use for the meth treatment program. So I'm hoping we can secure that grant. It's a quick turnaround. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get it done in time. I just learned about it last week. It's just been busy, and I don't anticipate it slowing down any. Our mental health people in the jail are on the rise.
Since you were mentioning so much training, I wanted to remind the 3 of you that our Washington Rural County Insurance Pool does have training, active shooter, all that stuff, targets. Use it. We pay for the service. Take advantage of it. Call them. Lee can get you the number. Rob can get you the number if you need it. I talked to them a week ago. They're more than willing to drive down here with all their stuff.
Ready? So again, this year, our budget for our entire department, due to the low numbers in the jail, we have a $206,000 excess balance that was not spent on medical or medications, that type of thing. So And that segues into the body camera program. We had our RFP, we've looked at the results. The only program that responded with favorable results was the Motorola Solutions WatchGuard system. We did try to get Axon to respond, but they did not for whatever reason on their own. We received a total of 3 proposals. Like I said, Motorola, Digital Ally, and Harbor Tech. I'm gonna let you know that none of the respondees talked about the prosecutor's office's needs, even though it's part of the art. We totally ignored interfacing with them. So that was kind of sad. But Motorola came back with a $350,000 proposal versus Digital Ally at $597,000 and Harbor at $440,000. So we are requesting to utilize Motorola Solutions, and I'd like to pay the first 2 years of the contract out of my 2021 budget because their invoices dated in 2021. So if that is an approval from you guys, that would leave, that would be $146,000.
Is part of this contract mandatory that you pay 2 years upfront?
No, it is not.
That brings up my second kind of statement that I want to push out on this one. Whether any investigations before doing any of this all summer long about grant opportunities?
As I stated before, yes, I did look. I did not see that the Justice Department had opened it up to rural counties.
Because the concern I have with paying 2 years is the Justice Department is talking about redoing it this year and offering it again. So if we already pay that second year, then we're not eligible for the grant. So if we pay it up front, we may not.
I'm only requesting 2 years to be paid out of last year, out of the 2021 budget. And the Justice Department sends out the new notification. I will be watching for it so that we can apply for the rural. But the 15 times that I looked at it when it was first coming out, we were excluded, so I stopped looking.
Also, Washington State bill. I guess I'm saying I'm too worried about paying too much up front because if there is another Justice Department grant or Washington legislation passes, and there is a grant opportunity or paid for this year, then you're not going to get the grant you're trying to pay for. There's potential.
Sheriff's Honor.
Well, the question I have, do you know the cycle of that grant? And we are aware that Representative Mosbrecher is working on a potential grant, and sometimes the grant will be put in place now, but the funding doesn't actually start until say October.
I have no problem covering a year, but when you look at a second year, you might be missing out on grant funding if you've already paid it. You don't know how the grant's written.
So if we did 2 years, that would be basically, it would be backdated, I'm assuming, to the December of 2021. And then we would have the 2022. We could pay the 2023 ahead of the deadline. So if we got a grant in 2022, that could cover the 2023.
Right. Hopefully it's a reimbursable.
Right, absolutely. Commissioner Sutter, thoughts?
Couple thoughts as far as first, thank you for your sound management of your budget. That you're able to have something left at the end of the year. Typically, I would be fine with just go, buy what you can with dollars we have, but as Commissioner Christopher said, there is a lot of talk right now about body cams and funding for it. There's some other things besides Representative Mossbrunner's that there, I do expect we may see some funding out of that. I will be totally supportive of go ahead and pay this year, the first year with the money. And then, I mean, is the thought this, just to relieve the burden of in the future with the dollars are now.
Absolutely.
Go ahead. Yeah. I mean, I understand that, but I think there will be some, there's a high chance that we will see some dollars come in. And if we don't, I think it's, we appropriate every year and we have always been good to our word as far as the other question would be, as you mentioned, it was the RFP, the integration and the kind of interface with the prosecutor's office. So is there any solution to that as far as we could see? Because that is really disappointing because that's a key component.
Right, they're able to, the prosecutor's office is able to log into the evidence system and download the videos on their own. They will have access to that, but there's not a flip the switch, it automatically downloads.
With one exception. If the prosecutor's office used Spillman, which is the reporting system that the entire county uses, there is an integration between Spillman and WatchGuard. Both of those programs are owned and operated by Motorola, and so they have it set up to integrate that stuff. So if the prosecutor's office, my understanding is if the prosecutor's office was to switch and actually start using Spillman on their own, then yes, that would integrate and cover that side of it.
My fear is that we can pay it for first 2 years. Funds to your budget till the end of time. And when we look at what percentage of your budget is covered currently by grants, very small percentage, and I hope that we can get some funding through the legislature because this was in essence an unfunded mandate, but they are in favor of unfunded mandates these years, it seems. So I don't have as high of hopes as I guess my CPs do. But if we do agree, then you're going to have to, in your budgeting, account for this. And as you guys well know, you are a significant portion of our budget that does not backfill with grants, and we only raise 1%, $54,000 a year in total for the entire general fund of New York. And this is more than what we raise. We have to be very cognizant.
We try to be very frugal in everything that we do.
And I recognize that, but our costs go up by a lot more than that every year.
Right.
Understood.
And I would also add that each department's being told this. As Mr. Anderson said, their budget only goes up 50,000 a year, and we all know COLA pays more than that. We're going to have choices going forward in future years, including probably the next budget cycle, where there's not enough money to pay the employees we currently have. So we're going to lean on departments and electeds to help us fund their departments. Looking at ways that you can create revenue, like in your department, cost sharing the cities, or what the cities are actually paying into the jail system for their inmates.
The invoices went out this year, so they're actually, the revenue's actually hitting in 2022.
Right, but it's still a very small percentage of the $1.8 million correction budget. So we're going to have to reevaluate what we're charging those cities for cost share. And then also, whether we like grants or not, if we're keeping a department the size we're keeping it, we're gonna have to start looking for every available grant possible. So I'm just giving you kind of a heads up at the start of the year of what we're gonna be looking for at the end of the year. With grants, I guess that I would lean towards my teammates. If we did fund 2 years, what is your experience with grants? Or is there less chance of getting grant?
I would say my experience is that any expenditure prior to the grant, when you accept the grant is not
That's
reversible.
my worry about doing 2 years.
So that's why if it was, I would get it. But generally those dollars are gone. You can't get them reimbursed. And so
I guess that would be my recommendation. That's 1 year. So we know what grants are.
So I'll process the payable for 1 year.
But it is a contract for 4 years, so
5 years.
5 years, so we're agreeing to pay all 5 years.
Right, contract will come in front of you guys next week.
It's a loss, so we don't get out of paying it later. This is something we'll be paying every year. How we pay it will be a question.
well, I would say from a risk management perspective, though, I believe it only takes one incident and it will pay for itself. Because we spend a lot of money. Yeah, sure.
Complaints out there.
Camera might have been nice. That camera would have been nice.
One final thing to add, on Monday last week, the sheriff and I went up to Yakima County. And we actually took our 2 range timber deputies, and they have been sworn in as commissioned Yakima deputies as well. So in their range timber activities, if it leads them to cross into Skamee or into Klickitat, Yakima County, they have a commission through the Yakima County Sheriff as well. Thank you.
That doesn't apply onto the reservation, does it?
No, that would just be in the non-reservation land.
It would apply on the reservation if there's a violation in Yakima that didn't involve Native American.
Sure.
If it's Native American, it'd be private. Is there an audit update? Audit update?
That's next.
You might understand.
Do we have auditor and treasurer online?
The auditor is there. I would expect her to be here in person though. I have
Want to
seen,
kill 5 minutes, I can do it.
We can probably talk for 5 more minutes.
I've got another. Senator Wilson, so. Go ahead, you got 5 minutes.
I got 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's it.
there's the auditor.
I'll be quick. The Pill Bill, House Bill 1921, it's scheduled to testify this afternoon, so I will be stepping up for that. I just wanted to give you this little appreciation. It's not, it's my numbers, it's not the assessor numbers. It's being used as a guidance document so that we can see what depreciation would be over time. And then I gave you the comments of essentially my testimony on that bill. So for right now, I will be testifying as you guys support my testimony and the permission that that's up to you. Essentially asking what you want me to do on that, whether testimony is me or us when I testify in August.
I would like.
Yep.
I think this does raise the topic, in which I was aware that you were testifying. I was informed yesterday. Typically, we don't have more than one person from a county testify. Signed up to testify, then I declined to testify. No, it's fine. But it just is that we need to kind of figure that out.
But which is what I'm hoping we do on Thursday. This one kind of jumped in.
Right.
I'll let you some time to read that. I've got Commissioner McClure in here to have a discussion about this. Director McClure.
I just wanted to make sure you had time to, you had time to read it a little bit.
Well, I think we need to have the discussion, especially if Commissioner Sauter was thinking about testifying. I'd love to hear both of your comments, but since the auditor is here, let's go back to state audit next.
I think they're calling in, they usually lead it.
Oh,
I'm gonna go double check emails, Mr. Chairman, to make sure they're not having issues.
okay.
I don't believe I've seen them. Teresa's there though. Actually, I think it's Katrina, but whatever, yeah. Their office is represented. Oh, you just, oh, no, Katrina's.
I was gonna ask you to start turning that on and then it was over to talk.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. I saw it down the other day, so I'm like, are we gonna start using that on a daily basis and never answer the question? Ask the question.
Debbie and I can come up to the front. All that. Okay.
Well, you know how to pack a rope though.
Yeah, it's kind of important stuff. Okay, here they are, Brenda. Okay, thank you.
Everybody make it in. All right. Let's move on with this audit exit conference. SAO, are you there? Susie?
Hi, yes, we are here.
Good morning. How are you all?
Good.
You're
You
lovely.
switch it to.
So I think we're going to present a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes, I was wondering, can I have permissions to share my screen?
They should already.
Oh, I
be
think I do have permissions. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. I gotta get used to going back from Teams and Zoom and all the different ones we have now.
Okay. So we also provided a packet of information that does include the draft reports and the recommendations that we're going to go over today. But all the information that we want to talk about is highlighted on the PowerPoint presentation as well. So you can follow along in the packet or just the presentation. We'll start off. I think everyone knows us but I'm Lindsay Osborne, the audit manager. With me is Nick. He was the audit supervisor, and Susie returned as your audit lead. We're going to start off by talking about why the results matter. As you know, audits are important not only to you, but also your citizens and external stakeholders. And since we're an independent organization that performs audits of all local and state agencies across the state of Washington, we hope our audits can help build trust in your organization by providing that independent, transparent examination. And then the other thing we hope our audits do for you is improve efficiency and effectiveness. And we do that by sharing where things are working really well for your organization or where some things might need some fine tuning. And we do that through any recommendations that we have to share with you. The goal for today's meeting is to just share your audit results before we hit publish on your reports, answer any remaining questions that you all might have. So please feel free to stop us throughout the presentation. If you have questions, we'll pause periodically as well and ask for questions. But I think what we're going to do is just jump right into your accountability audit results. Susie's going to walk you through those first.
So today we're going to go over 3 different audit reports. That's going to be the accountability audit report, financial statement audit report, and the federal grant compliance audit report. And all 3 are going to cover the period of January 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. The accountability audit report actually starts on page 9 of the packet of information that we sent over. So in selected areas, county operations complied in all material respects with applicable state laws, regulations, and its own policies, and provided adequate controls over the safeguarding of public resources. So in essence, all that's saying is that we've issued a clean audit report in regards to the accountability audit. Next slide, please. We reviewed quite a few different areas this year, so I'm not going to go into detail over all the areas. If you want more information on any area that I do go over or that I don't go over, my contact information is included in the packet of information that we had sent over. So feel free to reach out and I can provide you some more background. We reviewed IT security policies, procedures, practices, and control protecting systems. So we evaluated patch management in regards to the Kayenta upgrade that was performed in 2020. We also reviewed equipment rental and replacement. So we reviewed the rates that are currently being used and billed to the various departments, and then made a selection of expenses to make sure they were supported, allowable, and then had been approved. For payroll, we made a selection of employees and recalculated gross wages based on supporting wage documentation and compared that against what was paid out per the pay stubs and confirmed that our amounts agreed. We also looked at accounts payable. So for our general disbursements testing, we made a selection and tested that they were supported, had been approved, and were allowable, and confirmed that for every transaction we selected, all 3 were present. And then we also gained an understanding of the county's electronic funds transfer process when they make payments through EFT. We also picked up some state grants for testing this year. This is a different review than what we do under our federal grant compliance. So for the state grants, we made a selection of disbursements and tested that they were supported, allowable under the grant agreement, and had been approved, and confirmed that all 3 were present. For the assessor's office, we actually performed a departmental audit here, so it is a larger review. We also looked at property tax billings. So we recalculated property tax billings and made sure that the right rate was used. For any accounts that were past due, we confirmed that the appropriate penalty and fee had been applied in accordance with state law. For any accounts receiving exemptions or deferrals, we confirm that the accounts we selected were eligible, had been approved, and were receiving the appropriate amount of exemption. And lastly, we looked at new construction appraisals. So RCW requires an on-site visit be performed within a certain time period. And we confirmed that for each new construction that we selected, that review had been completed timely. Next slide. Before I move on to the financial statement audit report, were there any questions over the accountability audit?
This is Commissioner Anderson. Did you guys go above and beyond what you do on average for the number of accountability audit?
I wouldn't say we went above and beyond. We were just able to get to more areas this year than usual. We still stay within the same budget parameters. But with performing the audit remotely and getting documents electronically, it did speed up the process. So we were just able to cycle some areas we haven't been able to get to before, or recently, I should say.
And how often do you try to go back and audit the same thing?
It varies. We do like to try and get departments in every, I would say 2 to 3 years. It just really depends on the level of activity within that department, the type of activity they perform, such as cash receipting, billing, that type of thing.
Thank you. Any other questions? No other questions?
Okay, so we're going to jump into the financial statement audit report. That's actually going to be on page 17 of the packet of information. We issued an unmodified opinion in accordance with the BARS manual. We also provided an adverse opinion in accordance with GAAP. This is a change that we were required to make a few years ago. It affects all cash-based entities. The county is not required to report on GAAP, but we are required to provide an opinion in accordance with GAAP. So there is this language in the audit report just stating that in accordance with GAAP, we've issued an adverse opinion because you didn't report on GAAP, but you're not required to. Our audit was conducted in accordance with government auditing standards. We are required to evaluate internal controls, but we do not provide an opinion in accordance, or I apologize. We do not provide an opinion over internal controls, but we are required to report any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses if we do come across one during the audit. I'm happy to report that we did not identify any of those. And we also noted no instances of non-compliance that were material to the county's financial statements. Next slide, please. We did, however, issue a management letter over the financial statements. This is actually included in the packet of information on page 33 and 34. Have you all had a chance to read over the management letter, and do you have any questions?
We've all read it, no questions.
Okay, I'm just going to go over it at a high level. In 2020, the BARS manual had changes regarding fiduciary reporting, and our management letter is over fiduciary reporting and the implementation of those changes. Next slide, please. We are required to communicate any uncorrected misstatements. This is provided in the packet of information on page 2. We agree with management's decision to not correct these items. They're small in nature and immaterial to the financial statements. So in essence, it would take probably cost more money to correct this item than what the item is actually valued at. So we agree with management's decision to leave it uncorrected. Next slide, please. Are there any questions over the financial statement audit before I move to our federal grant compliance? Okay, so we've issued an unmodified opinion over the county's compliance with requirements applicable to its major program. Again, our audit was conducted in accordance with government auditing standards and with uniform guidance. The federal grant compliance audit is a little different than the financial statements. The financial statements, we don't provide an opinion over over internal controls, but for the federal grant compliance, we do. And again, we're required to report any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. And again, I'm happy to report that we did not identify any of those during our review. We also noted no instances of non-compliance that are also required to be reported. So in essence, this is saying we have a clean single audit. The grant that we looked at this year was the Coronavirus Relief Fund. As you can see from this slide, it made up about $2.2 million, roughly 68% of the total federal expenditures reported on the county's 2020 CFA. Next. And are there any questions over the single audit?
No questions.
Okay, Nick's actually going to take over on this slide.
Yes, thank you, Susie. So I want to talk a little bit about Tracker. So Tracker is pretty wonderful because audit recommendations are generally just communicated, through emails, through physical handouts, such as maybe the exit conference handout that you've been provided. Those are given at the end of the audit, but those can get lost or buried in emails. And so Tracker is actually a place where you can access all prior audit recommendations up until so many years through the client portal and see those past audit recommendations. In addition to just being able to see some of those past recommendations by signing in, it's also a great tool that will allow you to provide interim status updates on any progress that's been made on correcting management letters or maybe findings. So by adding some of the work that you've done on those and the status of where the county is at, that actually means that your auditor can see those before coming on site, and it just kind of helps build some efficiency. So it's a fairly new tool, been out for a couple years now, but we just like to highlight it. We're also happy to report that the audit cost will be less than our original estimate. And your handout on page 2, we have provided an estimate for the audit cost for our next audit. I want you to keep in mind that the estimate does include travel while we prepare to be on site next year. Of course, we don't exactly know what the future holds, but we want to make sure that the county is prepared. So you can kind of look at what page 2 both has this year's audit costs, which we will be under, and next year's audit costs, which would include travel. We also received a copy of the representation letter this morning, so thank you so much for that. And now that we have the copy of the representation letter, we will be sending the report through the chain to get published. I estimate it'll probably either be published later on this week, maybe on Thursday, or very early next week, just depending on the timing and when the other end of the line gets that through. So as always, we will send out a survey that will be sent to Brenda and a few others. And we always just ask that you forward on that link to anyone we worked with, because anyone can take that survey and get us feedback. We always appreciate feedback on what worked well for you or what didn't. Constructive criticism is always very helpful to continue us and improve our processes. And then lastly, I'm going to hand it back to Susie.
So at this time, I would like to thank county officials and staff for timely communications throughout the audit process. I would also like to thank all county personnel who were involved in the financial statement correction process. This was a pretty in-depth process to correct the financials. It required multiple meetings between county personnel, Team Vancouver, and then another branch of our office, LGS, to work through the fiduciary reporting and make sure that the financial statements that get published were materially accurate. I would also like to thank Greg Gallagher for his continued collaboration with me on the cash reconciliation. It seems to get easier year after year, but I just appreciate all the effort you put into working with me through the big ugly.
So thank you so much.
Are there any final questions for us?
No questions here. Any of our elected, any comments or questions? Does not look like it. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
You as well.
Thank you.
Just like that, they all said the fun part's over. And they left. Listeners.
Okay. All right. Did you get a chance?
I did.
It was way longer and way more detailed, but I didn't know how much time they would give me, so I tried to stick to about a minute, minute and a half max. Everything had to be edited out.
I would say for me, I don't disagree with anything you say here. That is basically the concerns that we have. The dollars and then also the method they're using. I don't know. This is very specific to Klickitat County, which is makes sense as far as you're the one providing the testimony. The WASAC's point of view is going to be a little broader. It's generally like WASAC is signed in as pro with some amendments, which are vaguely basically saying the same thing, but not with specific numbers like this is. Just because the numbers you're using are specific to Klickitat.
Right, so what is their amendment? I mean, my answer is either just raise the pill or don't put a max, so we can negotiate help based off of county by county, because each county is different. So are they having a specific max and a specific floor or any of that, or
I don't know.
So you were thinking about testifying. What were your thoughts going?
No, I had been asked if I would testify, but I would be testifying on behalf of WASAC. Oh, not as far as, so which is always tricky because sometimes you're testifying on behalf of the organization. In your own county's views might be slightly different. They're not really out of alignment with each other. But having talked with WASAC folks yesterday, we felt like that it would be confusing to the committee members to have, like, I'm not the appropriate. So I have no issue with, obviously you can testify to anything. There's nothing in here that this is basically our, as far as what our concerns are. It's just yeah.
I see that makes sense, because I guess if two of us were testifying on the same bill, you also have potential of right meetings act violation there. So it's one of those things we need to figure out. So that there isn't. Howdy.
I mean, they quite often, and it's weird now too, because it's all remote testimony. It's not. It's generally very effective to actually have people that can give concrete examples on the ground of what it means in a typical setting. In the remote setting, Like, you don't even know how much time you're. That
And
you,
I'm just hoping I can get some factors and somebody cares if they're child.
right,
And I would definitely, I haven't read it again, but if you say in there, please reach out to us. I think, I'd like to hear what Director McClure has thoughts on this bill, and as it's currently written.
Yeah,
Would you like to see my testimony too, so you can race through where we're sitting?
sure, that was,
Come on forward, so we can hear you. We should just turn the mic off.
I just wanted to touch base, there are, a couple of things in the bill that I've got questions about. In section 2, where they're wanting to determine the assessed value of it, and they're looking at depreciation schedule or a schedule, depreciation schedule that includes, the trends of prices for these components. You're wanting to lock it in for 20 years based on these projections. One would think that that could get periodically recalibrated or trued. I'm not sure how they treat the underlying property.
right, and I will say that is one of the items that was raised by what that we wanted clarity around the, what, that this is specific to the equipment, that it's not, that the real estate is outside, of which the land that in the bill proposers have assured, oh yeah, that's not what we meant. It's like, we'll make sure the language is clear that that's, because there, even, with wind projects, that there's two pieces of those projects, and part of it is the land and real estate, and part of it is the equipment. We're only talking about the equipment. We're not. And so that needs to be absolutely clarified. So there's supposed to be some language to clarify that too. I don't think the US has seen yet, as they're drafting it as we speak, or not.
Then I haven't seen what was written up, but I'm assuming that it includes the cost prices that they're setting up.
She said it in front of you there.
Oh, okay.
You read that way. Yeah, the reason I wanted to throw that makeshift depreciation schedule thing in there so that we can get an idea on the 10-year deals and what that bill would look like and what it would look like. Looking at Oregon, it seems like their deals, if the people that are pushing this bill continue on with further bills and further approaches, I think what we're going to find is, here's a 10-year deal, and then, oh, by the way, we want to be tax exempt for 25 years. And when you look at the amount of money you get in the first 10 years, it's well over what you get in the second and third 10 years combined. And then if they're exempt from half of that, you're really taking a hit. So it was how I needed to see the depreciation schedule in my head to better understand how big of a hit we were going to get.
With the numbers, did they include the state school?
No, it only included essentially our county portion, but essentially if you added state school in there would be even a bigger offset from what they would pay versus bill. So it would even need to be a higher number than that, like the first 10 year, 6,300. So if you start adding other districts or expenses in there.
Right. When you add the 28% for just state school one, whatever it is, then you look at your number, 6,300 is nowhere near accurate.
Right. Well, it's nowhere near what you make it up. You have 7,000. But same scenario. This is giving me a ballpark that I can see based off if we were to negotiate on a bill versus regular assessment of the way it's done now. How much not only is the county not getting, but how much am I costing the smaller taxing districts over time. That was the main focus of drawing up a guesstimate appraisal.
So what did you come on? Because I kind of went through the same process and I used wind projects and used that data just because it was something that I had, understanding that they're not the same. But and based on mine, I came up with, basically they're asking for about a 50 to 55% reduction. I mean, or a 45 to 50% reduction in what they would pay over a period of time.
If you added state schools in here, it would be the exact same math. Mine's only a 35-40% reduction.
Right.
Because I don't have state schools there. The other issue.
I did the whole, like all taxes.
The other issue with the pill is where they have it at $750 for battery storage type stuff. And when you talk to the solar companies, for every dollar there is of panels, there's 50 cents of battery storage. So if you look at it in that regard, when it gets taxed, it's going to get taxed $1 solar, 50 cents battery storage. If you do it as a pill, they're going to be paying $4,300 solar, but only $750 for batteries. We're going to lose huge on the battery storage potential pill because that number is way, but it's really half the project cost. Well, a third of the project cost. So for that matter, it should be a third of the pill. For battery storage, if it's a third of the project cost. It would be a third of the taxes collected if taxed be at the cost. So it should be. If that math is still true, I'm talking to solar people a year ago. They said the cost is $1 per kW per watt. Solar and 50 cents. New information as of this year is cost to work is higher. And it's more like 30 per watt for solar, $1.80 plus for solar and but you're still looking at 50 cents on the dollar. So I think where they're really hitting is that solar.
I guess that kind of goes against what they're saying. They're saying costs to construct is supposed to be going down, not up. And when you look at their numbers, and then they're also saying the land value is going down, which didn't make any darn sense.
I don't get that out there because you look at the information that they provided to the Oregon legislature when they redid those bills. It all says about the cost to construct them up, and we have to make tax incentives better if you want to keep these. This cost of construction is higher. That's what I was told by solar representative.
So I guess the question is, when you only have 2 minutes to have a discussion, number one, the way it's currently written, it would not be used by this team.
Right.
End of story. And if you would like to write some legislation that could be used, that we could potentially use for PIL, then you can feel free to set a lower floor, but we have negotiation. You're eliminating our ability to negotiate.
Right, but even setting a lower floor, if you look at the third year, 10-year term, to break even point on PIL is only $1,650 if you do. So if you set some floor that says 3,000, you would never use it for the third year because they would never find it. They're going to want to go PIL when they use it, and then when they make a better deal by going regular, they're going to come with PIL. So setting a floor is going to kill you long term as well. So floor or ceiling, either way. Of course, they want to have the ceiling because that helps us, but floor, they realize it's going to be up the third year or the third term.
And I guess,
But it would also, go ahead.
I was gonna say, even if we decline to enter into a PILT agreement, then the fallback from there becomes this depreciation schedule.
This mandatory cost.
Yeah, so there's two components there, both of them have.
Which although I think we need to always remember is that nothing happens, it's the current system, which that is what's going on. By year 11, they're paying only about 20% of the taxes that they were at the beginning. It isn't that the taxes aren't getting collected, it's just everybody else. And that's not real. So, I mean, there is some, exactly, that there is some incentive really from both parties. I think it's a better system.
Well, the question I have that answers what you're kind of saying is, we think that the PIL would offset the tax burden. But I guess without talking to the auditor, I'm really not sure that it would, because part of what I was seeing on there is it still needs to go on, even if you're doing PIL, it still has to go on the tax rolls to be accounted for.
No, and that's the thing, that's one of the things that has to be clarified, is
Okay,
that there is no, like it's supposed, it needs to be, it would be outside of otherwise, right? Because some of the assessors across the state have raised that issue, that they're confused. They're like, well, I'm not sure that this language makes it clear that it does not go on new construction. Because if it doesn't, then it's outside of the, if it still goes on new construction, I'm not interested at all, because there is no, that's the problem. That is really more of the problem I'm trying to solve, at least for me. That's the burden, that's the shift that we don't want to see happen. This isn't really about revenue, because under the current system, we still get the revenue. We're getting 100% of the revenue. It's who's paying it, and is it, it's not really fair to the regular taxpayers that you park one of these projects. It sets that rate. We're collecting 100% of that plus 1% every year. So it's not about generating more revenue. It's just, it's that shift that's going on.
Which, if you don't want to have the shift occur, the thing that would make the most amount of sense is to do it like what they do in Idaho. And that's that you take a gross percentage of the revenues on their sales, which they enter into long-term purchase of power agreements. So it gives you the same amount of knowledgeable income of how much you're gonna get over from them over the course of the next years. And then you don't put that on the general,
And that would be the best way for us, because as power prices go up, their income's gonna go up and our expenses are gonna go up. And there's no shift. The difference is that is the absolute worst possible scenario for solar corporation, because they know they're gonna be paying more and more over time versus less and less and less. And then inflation, so they're gonna be falling against that.
But they're doing
it, which is why I think they're coming up.
Although we're assuming, because that the cost of power is gonna go up when, when the PUD built their gas-fired plant, they used all their, they were very conservative on what the price, and the price of cost of power is actually went down significantly. And under that scenario, you would get less and less revenue from projects in the future. We all just assume it will be more, but that's.
I've never seen solar or wind power not appreciate what the insurance does.
I don't know, because that was green energy, and that's what the premium for green energy went down. So, because as more supply gets on the market, it's not, so I don't know, I'm not, it does seem like you would think, 10 years, because it seems like we're all paying more for power than we were. Yeah, my bill has certainly not gone down, it's only gone up, so.
So I guess the easiest thing is the legislation, in order for it to make the most amount of sense to us, we need more ability to negotiate either a PILT or potentially go like how Idaho did with the, gross percentage of gross receipts, which then again would also need to be that
Not locking in the cost of it.
not locking it in. And so the advice that you're given is we would be supportive of the legislation if it didn't set either a floor or a limit so that we can negotiate. And then we would potentially use it, but as it's currently written, there's no benefit to us for $4,500 per megawatt nameplate to be used.
And that's essentially what I have is essentially, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to have a floor or a ceiling. Let us negotiate. The solar company won't do it unless it's beneficial to them. We won't do it unless it's beneficial to us. Somewhere in the middle, we'll come up with a number, decide whether we want to do it. And that's that. But then the second thing is they need to remove the must use cost method. Because that's a different fight for a different day and not on this piece of legislation. I just don't want to. I like the impact method as well, but you're not going to get the stick down here. I think that's a different piece of legislation. If I can keep it from walking in the process. That's my point.
Unless that's the direction WASAC and we want to go. So now you've seen the legislation before by the industry, but what we're looking for is more of a cost base. Yeah, income.
It's hard to cover everything you need to cover in a minute and a half or whatever they're going to give you.
I just don't see, if we only have one chance of going in front of the legislature for this, I don't want to use our one chance on something that we would use. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's kind of what I'm here to do. If they pass this as written, it won't be used. So I do it. I mean, there might be some county up there that falls for it, but it's really going to be collecting half. Like I said, it may be less than half because battery storage, because all of these people are doing battery storage. Even if they don't have the battery storage in, you're going to sign the agreement. You're filled with battery storage, and then you're going to put it 2 years ago. And then you're stuck at 700. It's like 100 million battery storage.
I believe Krista is online. Assessor Schroeder, are you, anything you'd like to say?
Mr. Chairman, I think she might have gotten off.
Get off.
She was there earlier. I would be happy to go call her.
Well, is there anything you think she can shed light on this for direction?
Not really, because she's not into estimates. She deals in facts, and I understand that, I respect that. So it's hard for us to get estimates of numbers moving forward. Right, that's why.
We don't have,
Created
we will
by-
next year.
Yeah,
We'll
I
have
kind
some,
of created.
we'll have some real world numbers.
Well, and then the 200 million numbers are real world numbers. I got that from the building, so.
But don't they get, like, you don't start on 200, don't they get a 30% off
Yes.
straight off the top?
30, yes, it is going down, but I think it's 32%.
And so
They
you
get
take
to
that
just
right
write
off the top.
So the first year, according to the assessor's depreciation schedule, the first year is at 0.95.
No, but if the cost to construct is 200 million,
It only goes on the
It
rolls
goes
at a 150.
150. And so
And
if you
then the
start
depreciation starts from there.
from 150.
So that would make it even different. Either way, that's something that we should have the ability to negotiate. And when you set a floor in Oregon that's higher than our max, that's an interesting. Their floor is what, 5,000?
5,500.
5,500, and our max is 4,500. Somebody's trying to fleece people or something. He said it's not that big a deal, because even if it passes, you don't have to.
You don't have to do it. It's just.
The only thing is, what happened is it would lock in that cost method. You would lose that argument from here going forward. And have a lot harder time fixing that issue.
I mean, if you pass it at 4,500, then they have no reason to ever go. And their statement that Washington is not competitive, I'm sorry, doesn't hold water when currently they're building large projects in Washington.
County by county basis, it might. But here, where they're building them now, they would build them regardless of this massive. Getting the infrastructure right next to the power lines. They're not build their own infrastructure.
There's some component of that would be the capacity factor. It costs the same to build a turbine in Wyoming. But you're getting power generated 60% of the time versus 35%. So reduction. There's some differences in there.
If you have, 30% availability open on that power line, there's incentive versus if there's a place where there's less availability. Well, like Bickleton's. So I guess I'm looking for, I think I have that I can speak for the county, but I just, if not, that's fine. And I don't have to know until probably step out of 30 or so. And I will be on Zoom and in there with them just to make sure I don't miss my time, and I'll be on the phone with you guys. So I'll still be here via phone until they say go, and I'll be on my phone. That's my plan.
Dave, are you fine? And speaking. I mean, again, I don't think it's, I don't think anything in here is inconsistent with what our concerns are. So that's fine.
Is WASAC also going to testify?
They are.
Eric or someone?
I think Melanie is going to testify. Okay. We also have another piece of legislation going forward on Thursday, which is the riparian bill. Got a chance to read it yet? No, actually I have not. Maybe we can talk about that later this afternoon and try to get the bill language to both of you guys too.
I have it.
Big bill.
It's a lot of pages.
Do you want to,
refer to this, refer to that?
would you like to give a brief overview of the riparian bill?
No, I've looked at a bunch of bills.
Yeah, and like I said, I was hoping for Thursday that we can each have a list of bills that we can talk about, so we can kind of designate spokespeople on specific bills. Like Commissioner Anderson's mentioned in my riparian area, I'm fine with being the spokesperson on that. We just kind of, that way we're not double dipping. Like Trotter was saying earlier. People that are set for them schedule testimony times for their bill. That's my hope. That's on Thursday. This bill's on Thursday, so.
And we also have a request from Melanie for Senate Bill 5155 to allow interest on judgments for tort conduct to begin and accrue on the date that the person was injured, not when the judgment was issued. WASAC opposes that bill, House version.
What time do you think you're going to be at the riparian?
Thursday?
Well, it's on Thursday, so
He was hoping to talk about it early. And that's just it. I don't know. I think the day it says from 1:30 to 3:30 is when the hearing. There's 5 bills. It's the middle of the schedule. So I'm going to assume it's going to happen at 2 or 2:15. And I'll be there by 2:30 or something like that. But no, exactly.
figure around 3 o'clock. Did you find the bill?
I was looking, I apologize. I think we went over it on Friday at LSC, but I think it's 70 something pages.
Yeah, it's huge. Oh, and there's a House bill medicine.
I mean, the simple thing that I look at is I'm completely opposed to it.
Right, and I think that was, when we were done, that's the position. is that
Oh,
We're opposed, we think it's it's got too many, that's what I'm trying to get.
In essence, it's a taking private property rights of a site index tree around not just every fish bearing stream, but everything that could potentially host water.
Rules are to compel landowners to do restoration.
And they are not, and they're compelling landowners to do restoration, and they will cover your expenses up to 70% of the cost. And then it creates ecology and WDFW, their ability to, in essence, come on your property and tell you what to plant, when to plant, how much it's going to cost you. And if you don't, they're going to fine you $10,000 a day.
Say one of my concerns, if they're referring to a map on what is or isn't a fish bearing stream, they still have maps of fish bearing streams that have water for 20 years. Maybe you should have bigger maps. They telling me I can't let my cow on
The stream that's not a stream.
it's a stream. Portland's out here.
You got to still have mark. In the soil.
Well, they got salmon on what's that Fort Ridge Road over there.
Well, fish can fly.
So yeah. Like I said,
I don't think there's anything, I think we're just opposed, we think it's terrible.
Anything else for the good of the order?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn for lunch. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Lunch.
Aye. Motion carries. We will see everyone at 1 o'clock for the pledge. Being as it is 1 o'clock, we are going to call this meeting to order of the County Commissioners for 1/18 of 2022. We are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Everybody had a chance to review the agenda?
Motion, we approve the business agenda as presented.
I'll second that motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve commissioner meeting minutes for December 7th, 2021 and January 4th, 2022 as presented.
Second the motion.
There is a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We are going to move into citizen comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And I'll start the timer, and this will go until 1:25, of which time we will then respond if the commissioner so chooses. We will, as always, start in the room first. If there's anyone who would like to provide citizen comment, please come forward. Would you mind coming up to the front so everybody can hear you online?
Got a question about the health department and they have quarantine as well. There's supposed to be 5 locations in the state. Now that I haven't got them all. And I don't know if there are health department here. Do you know that? No, you don't. So they're not going to enforce it. Not that I'm aware of. Another question is line of that. Where about the fairground? put in there for COVID quarantines are not involuntary, but voluntary. You know about the activity and how much is going on out there? Are you even aware of it?
I'm not gonna speak for Director Quinn, but I believe all the trailers have been returned. And I don't think they were ever full, and the folks that did stay there it was voluntary.
I think it was voluntary. I think it was 5 people.
Voluntary.
Correct. Yeah, it was all voluntary.
And I think that there's 5 locations, and you don't know, you haven't heard where those are, the quarantine areas. Spokane has one, King County has one. I don't know whether this was considered one or not. I've tried to find out, but I have not been able to find out. Designated by Inslee. Inslee put that mandate out. Put 2 of them out, one of them got voted to turn around by force, but the one for the health department is still on. And that's just, and a lot of people won't even understand what that means. They can actually send people out to your home. If they know you've got COVID, you didn't quarantine, they can enforce it. They're doing it in Canada right now, quite regularly. They're doing it in Australia right now. Mandatory. They go out and get them, bring them in, put them in. I don't know, is the health department not talking to you about that?
As to my knowledge, it's not happening in this county.
I'm asking about that, something like that.
You might want to go and talk with Director Quinn. She has kept the board updated. Yes, and as far as I've seen, I've not seen anything. And nothing's come down that I'm aware of, but there again, please call Director Quinn.
That's bad thing. Yeah, just phrase it for enforcement. You're actually not going to explain it. Thank you. I'll go.
Can we get your name for the record? Can we get your name for the record?
Ron Kinsella. Number 57 Badger. I volunteered you. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony, sir.
Testimony, Ron. We're gonna now go online. If you'd like to provide public comment, please raise your hand if you're on Zoom, *6 if you are on just phone, and I will call on you.
Thank you.
I will remind everyone that this is not question and answer. We will respond at 12:25. Please give us your comments.
You're both better well behaved.
We know. I'm not seeing anyone unmuted. If there is no one who wants to, oh, I had a hand raised, but I can't see.
Lisa Evans.
Lisa Evans.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Lisa Evans. I live at 20 Anderson Road in White Salmon. I appreciate your time this afternoon. As I was picking up my daughter from school the other day, and I'm watching kids going in and out of the school, still wearing masks, still feeling challenged by having to wear masks and seeing all the contradictions of, having to wear masks during PE, but don't have to wear them during sports, or, seeing a lot of the frustrations from the teachers and adults. And a lot of this gets pushed down onto our children. And I thought, this is so ironic that the strictest that we are on people about masks is our kids at school. And yet the only place that our family got COVID from was actually school. And then this came out this week, the OSPI Smarter Balanced results from the last year and a half, the math and English standards. So in a year and a half in math in the state of Washington, the students who are reaching the smarter balance, just the minimum standards has dropped from 47 to 30%. And then in English, the smarter balance minimum standards have dropped from 60 to 47%. I haven't looked specifically in my school district, but for our state, those numbers are very, very concerning overall. So what I would just like to say is, you know, I hear a lot of people keep saying, well, nothing has come down from the state. Nothing has come down from the state. Well, I would just like to say, well, what can we push up to the state? You know, what are the metrics for unmasking? What are the metrics for getting through COVID? Nobody seems to know where an end to all of this is, but it's having a massive impact on our children. And I would just like to request that from our county, there's nothing wrong with us continually pushing back up to the governor, to the OSPI, to any of our leadership up above, asking, what are the metrics? What are the metrics to an end to this, to allowing our kids to learn properly, to allowing our adults to get back to work and stop taking frustration and anger out on our kids. I would just like to say in final comment is accountability goes both ways. So, you know, the state, I know they push a lot of things down on us and they threaten to take away all of our funding. But in return, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask them, well, what do you want from us? Where do we need to be to stop having all these pressures put on us? What are those metrics? So just my request from the county commissioners is that there's someone who can maybe push that up to the governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. We will go back to the room. Is there anybody who would like to provide public comment? Hearing none, we will go back to the Zoom land. And please raise your hand, unmute yourself, and we will call on you.
Big new names on there.
35 participants, no public.
It's not that. Some of those might be here.
Possibly. All right. Go back to the room. Has anybody changed your mind?
The report or something.
See how nice and sunny the day is.
So they probably enjoy the blinding, so they're not blinded by this.
We still haven't got our plans.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Lee's about ready to hang up sheets so she can see her screen. When it's sunny, it's really hard in that little fishbowl there.
They don't have your temporaries up?
Nothing. I work like this.
Okay, since there's nobody willing to give public testimony or comment, is there anything? You said you wrote some notes down.
I did, as far as to I did have at least a comment, a response to the first speaker, Mr. Kinsella. I just wanted to go on record. I am unaware of any mandatory quarantine that is taking place in Klickitat County. The quarantine facility that was set up with the travel trailers at the fairgrounds was as far as that was our decision, because we were supposed to, every county was supposed to have some plan as to where you would, where folks could voluntarily quarantine if they needed to. It was principally, and we got funding that would provide that, which we chose to do the travel trailer, or we put them at the fairgrounds. We actually initially had inquired with some local motels. Nobody was interested in doing that. I think they were concerned as far as how that would potentially taint their brand if they were a quarantine facility, which I completely respected. And that was the solution we came up with, as far as we were not mandated or dictated that we were supposed to do that. We actually set that up as to be able to provide a service to citizens in Klickitat County if they either had no family or their situation was where they needed a place to go to not then be infectious with other people in their household. It wasn't utilized hardly at all, to the point of, even though it was grant funded, I would hate to think what the cost per use day ended up being, which ultimately we all pay for. That we sort of geared up, for something that really was a non-event when it came to people self-quarantining. I am curious what these 6 facilities are, what they're speaking of, as far as people being quarantined, whether it's COVID or anything else. Only the county health officer can order that. That is old authority as far as goes back to, TB, or I suppose bubonic plague or anything else. It is possible to be forcibly made to stay in your home if you have a contagious. It is not unique, or I don't know that COVID-19 would qualify as something that you could order to be, but it's old authority. And so I'm just curious what the speaker is, what information they're using. I hope he does have an opportunity to visit with the health director. She can kind of clear that up.
Anything you got to say?
Well, I would have to add to that I think there was some, and I hate to publicly scold my own party, but I think there was some propaganda to try to get enough people to show up to that hearing to stop what I believe was the actual purpose of the meeting, and that's to potentially list COVID vaccine for school immunization records. That's my understanding, talking to the higher ups at the state, of what it was aimed at doing. And I think some people use the quarantine thing to get the outreach they needed. Unfortunately, you probably wolf too many times and you won't end up getting the people to show up for what you need to show up for. So either way, it was put on hold.
All right, I will open it up again to anyone who would like to provide public comment. If you would, please unmute yourself, *6 if you're on a phone, and we will call on you. Otherwise, you can listen to us talk. Or we can go back to doing some regular work. Not seeing. Nobody in the room. Okay, well, we will get to sign some papers if we have them, and if you'd like to speak, let us know.
Mr. Chairman, you just did have a couple more people join.
Oh, all right, we had a few more people join. If you would like to give public comment, please unmute yourself. *6, let us know. We'll call on you. Go from one extreme to the other. Oh, Sherry Bosque.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. I wanted to talk about our county, Klickitat County, having more accountability for revenue that we bring in and rules and ordinances from the county to be obeyed, from collecting fees and such from multi-million-dollar corporations as it's stated in the zoning ordinance. I don't have the number right now, 5.16. I want to continue to talk about this because when you apply your own rules and ordinances to collect revenue for our county, as you should be, that could take the burden off other taxpayers, which we would all like to see happen if possible. So I just jumped in on this and I was thinking I would like to talk about that we also start charging the renewable, we being the county, excuse me, that you gentlemen, the county, start to charge our renewable energy companies back to the other cost method, I believe it is. So these renewable companies don't continue to drop 8.5%, leaving again the burden of taxes onto the taxpayer. And real quickly, I wanted to bring to the attention of the commissioners that recently an article was written in the Columbia News Gorge about under canvas that was subsequently changed and stuff was taken out. And this had to do with somebody talking about the citizens becoming the tax burden payers to upgrade Oak Ridge Road in order to service the project of under canvas. And I certainly hope that this could not possibly be true, that our county would expect the citizens to foot the bill to upgrade a road that does not need to be upgraded unless it's to be a private drive, so to speak, for a large corporation. So let's hope that's not true. I find it concerning. It was redacted, the comment, and then now you know, and everybody else listening, I hope taxpayers understand our county should not charge its citizens for corporate favors. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bosque, for your comment. Is there anybody else who would like to provide public comment? Please unmute yourself, *6, raise your hand. Turn on your video. All right. If you change your mind, please let us know. Since there's nobody to comment, would either of you gentlemen like to respond to Ms. Bosque? right, this is your last chance if you would like to provide public comment. *6. Raise your hand. Video on. Oh, I guess there's also Evans. Anybody would like to respond?
No, other than, I mean, I guess I would just comment on the, I understand and I guess I share the frustration of not having metrics as to what the goals that we have to meet to be able to move the money. Understanding that we don't have anything to do with schools or how schools are managed. And I understand we are often looked to provide comment on basically anything. But I do try to stay in my lane as far as I think it does, as far as specific to schools, those concerns need to be expressed. And I'm sure Ms. Evans probably is. Knowing her, the school administration, the OSPI and the folks that actually schools are in their area of authority. But I understand the frustration because I think we're all there ready anytime to move on.
Who'd like to respond?
Oh, not really. I mean, a second on that. I think I think my crystal ball predictor is as soon as this period finishes by the end of January, we're going to start hearing rumors that downgrading from a pandemic to an epidemic and we start coming out of this election season. So, not that anybody would ever play politics in a situation like this, but I'm not saying that. Not necessarily not saying it either. But I think we'll start coming out fairly soon by summer. So personally,
I guess what I would say is that this all kind of plays together based from Mr. Kinsello's and Ms. Evans. And that is that the county commissioners before I sat here cared very much about moving through the phases. Do you remember the phases that there used to be? And that one of those requirements last year was that you had to have voluntary areas for people to quarantine so that if you got sick, you could quarantine by yourself rather than infecting your family when this was early on. We were one of the very first counties to initiate our quarantine facilities. And our goal was to move through the phases so that we could get our businesses back open. And I think the current board of county commissioners is much like the previous board, and we would like to return to normal operations as soon as possible. We have not fired anyone from this county for not having their shots. We have not followed what the governor has done with his public works department and officers in letting people go. And I would say that it is, of course, in our goal to find when that end is going to be. The goalposts have changed like Charlie Brown kicking a football through this entire thing. And we, like everybody else, we are a subdivision of state government. We don't make the rules, we just follow. And I so far what we have done has, by our numbers in this county, has shown that we do not have a mortality rate like other counties, or is lower than many other areas. And right now, COVID is very prevalent with the new, now that we know the new variant is in the county, and many people are out of work and out of school because of it. And hopefully, like what Commissioner Christopher said, is that when the wave peaks, it should drop off very quick from everything that I've read. Whether we take masks off, what that looks like, I think only the governor.
I would also add that the board, I did draft a letter, signed it, sent a letter to the governor a while back, essentially asking you to please give us some phases or timelines or some kind of estimates or something, and also asked to be included in the conversation. To best of my knowledge, we did not get an answer back. So we can send another one, but I think it would just be round filed as just like the first one.
Forgot about that one. I would also like to say that I have full faith in our health department and what they have done throughout this COVID pandemic. And that they have been giving vaccines. They've never required anybody to take a vaccine. If you need a COVID test, you can contact the health department. COVID tests available. And that we have, for the longest period in history, we had our EOS, our Emergency Operations Center, up and running. And the management department did a great job throughout this pandemic. Our economic development department did a great job. And 700 plus long days of slow. Yeah, 14. Final I think just other than I think we've actually done a really good job. I think just to tag on to what Commissioner Anderson said. I think we're an example of how we do it. Our health department, our professionals, the programs that we stood up, the ways that we tried to be, compliant in a way that mitigated for impacts on our citizens, but also try to keep people safe. I'm very proud of the job that we did, and I think the numbers bear that out. But my frustration comes from the not being treated, feeling like we have been treated as a true partner with the state. That's an old grievance on any. It's not unique to pandemics. It's beyond basically anything, any topic that local government knows best at the local level. And I don't think we are given our just. We actually have a brain in our head and know how to do things. But as I said, that's an old grievance. All right, being 1:30, we are going to move on to unfinished business. Kelsey, review and discussion regarding planned parking areas.
Well, I was trying to get the camera to be able to see those so everybody's online.
They're kind of light in color. And so I have handouts for the people that are here. And if anybody online would like one, they can send out. First, it's a lot better. Oh. Okay. So we have been asked to take a look at parking, the remaining parking needs as it relates to Annex 1. And so I just wanted to give a little bit of background on how we got here, because we started at least 5 years ago. And I think if you go back to the 93 report, it's even farther back than that. So, but most currently what got us here was about 5 years ago. And so, so in 93, the county hired a consultant by the name of GBD to evaluate the courthouse and the annexes, look at deficiencies, safety, life safety, structural integrity, and EDA, those kind of issues. And at that time, they determined the cost to rehabilitate Annex 1 was about $4.5 million. In 2017, the county hired a new consultant to update that study and look at options. Because we had looked at updating and just doing raw maintenance that needed to be done. So we still have buckets up in the attic of Annex 1 to catch the rainwater. We have single pane windows. We have HVAC units that are 40 to 45 years old. It's an old building that needs quite a bit of work. So that was about $1 million just to have an old building still that doesn't really function for the county. So after the commissioners took a look at that report from 2017, looked at all the options, replacing Annex 1, combination of some of the annexes or all of the annexes, a decision was made to move forward and get rid of all of the annexes and house the county departments in one building. But that meant bringing all the vehicles that we have, whether that's citizens, county employees, and then county equipment vehicles that we use. So that was one of the issues that we had to address was parking. So when we talked to the city, the zone that we're in is a commercial zone, and there are actually no parking requirements for it. But we knew that that really was not going to work for the county because we do have people to drive here from an hour away and or less, and they needed a place to park when they got here. Plus all of our equipment, vehicles, and the employees that work here. So I think the city originally wanted about 325 spaces. And we said, well, we'll see what we can do. There's only so much property around us here that is not used. It's vacant property. We bought one of those lots west of the jail. And then we bought another lot with a house on it. So our goal was to not displace people out of their homes when we did this project. So we tried to look at utilizing what we had. And some of our buildings aren't in the very best condition. So the decision was made to move Annex 5, which is economic development. It's a modular building, so it can be moved. Demo Annex 3 and Annex 1, and use those locations for parking, with the idea that Annex 1, since it's farther away, would be used for county vehicles and overflow parking. We have quite a few buses and vans, public works vehicles, and other departments have vehicles that we need to store somewhere. And currently, they're taking up space in some of the lots that are closer. Excuse me. And some of them are still back where they were parked. Some of our vehicles are in Annex 4. And I know that the seniors transportation buses still park over near Annex 1, so that helps. So in the end, we had 175 spaces when we started. And when we're done, we'll have 267. So that's a net increase of about 92 spaces. And we only displaced one person from one residence. So 28 of those spaces is located at Annex 1. So I looked at costs to do this. So before, there were no options other than our existing property or displaced residents. And as of January of this year, 2 of the 3 lots that would help us went up for sale. So just a couple of weeks ago. There's still a 3rd lot that's kind of in between 2 of those lots. That the status of that property is unknown, but that would really connect our property and maximize any kind of parking lot expansion. So, on, excuse me, on the maps that I brought, yellow on the front sheet, the yellow block is Annex 1. This purple block here, we own the red block, which is the parking lot just west of the jail. And that purple block is where those other 2 of those 3 lots went up for sale. But the one between the red block and the far end of the purple is not for sale at this time. But I don't know what the status is. They may be interested.
Your 345 number, where you go to purchase properties, is that a new relevant number based on the sale prices they have listed currently? Because I can swear those were higher.
Yeah, I looked at the listed price. I actually called the agent, got the listed prices, and then there's closing costs. So with the closing costs and the listing price, just using that, because that's really all I know. What's that? Yeah. There's each lot with a mobile is a little over 130, and then the vacant lot's 45. So then the closing costs for about there. So I use that number. Washington law requires if there's actually an occupant there, we have to pay to relocate them somewhere else in something that's comparable and similar. And I think when we relocated the people in the gray house, we paid relocation costs. So if there's anybody that's there, that's another reason, to try and avoid that, because the cost just goes, it's not just the cost of the property, but it's a disruption to the people's lives and the cost of relocating.
Do we? I'll wait on it. Okay, I'll wait on it.
So with the purchase of those 3 lots, it kind of makes how many spaces we get Annex 1 versus the other location kind of a wash. But usually when we buy property for something, we do all of our research up front so that we know or pretty much know what we're getting into. As far as does it have hazardous materials like asbestos or lead, which is typical in older facilities. And then any other unknown costs that we get, so excuse me. So demo costs, I know what I'm going to pay for the demo Annex 1 and then have basically a level lot when I'm done. So my best basically estimate at the other lots we have 2 mobile homes to crunch those up and move them from the site. They're about 40,000 a piece on a lot. And then in this case, worked with the treasurer last week to kind of look at prices for commercial property and what people are seeing, kind of assessed value, and are they selling for more or less than that assessed value? So Greg did a great job of coming up with some numbers for me, and then can you set up basically a floor with the auction? Is there that floor to do it? So that's why I got 2 different prices listed. So the higher price, the 317, is kind of properties, commercial properties, Goldendale are going for about 20 to 30% more average than the assessed value. So that's that number. And then the low is the floor. So it's hard to guess, where you would end up, but there's a couple of prices to help us look at this. The assessed value of Annex 1 is 272,000. That's rounded to the nearest thousand. Pros and cons of different options. Annex 1 cost estimate based on known information. We know what these costs are, we're pretty sure. I don't know what the abatement costs are in the other two buildings. It's added to that number. Property is in the county's control for Annex 1. Negotiate, purchase. Know what that time frame is like. Abatement cost, I know. The lots could be complete this year. There's nothing to relay us over. The cons, it's a little farther away from the county facility. It may be a slightly higher cost, but that's unknown based on abatement and the sale of the property. We don't know. Court Street parking, if we expanded into that purple box on the cover sheet, it may be similar cost to Annex 1. Don't know. It's going to depend on that sale cost. 2 of the 3 lots are up for sale, which that wasn't the case before. And it's a closer proximity to the courthouse and connected to the rest of our property. The cons, it might cost more than using Annex 1. Potential cost increase due to hazardous material abatement, relocation expense for tenants, uncertainty with right-of-way negotiations. Like I said, we still have that one parcel in between. And then our unknown sale price of Annex 1. And really would have to commit to that option regardless of what the sale price is. So properties are up for sale now. Now's the time to move that direction if that's an option or direction that we choose to proceed. So my recommendation, I don't like unknowns and I like to investigate things when I make a decision. We made the decision to use Annex 1 for the purpose of parking 5 years ago for the reasons that we did. Cost is known, it's relatively close to moving in a different direction. And time is money. So if we get delayed a year, that's escalation in construction costs for a year. So that costs money.
You may still be sitting there with Annex 1 occupied without a bid on it.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of hard maintenance costs for Annex 1 that if, and we would disclose this if it went up for sale. But the risk is, like other properties we've got back, is that they get sold and people don't realize what they're getting into, or they do, and they take what they want and go, and then the property comes back to the county. That would be a bad thing because you'd be at least into it for the removal cost, potentially more depending on what happened with the bill. So right now the roof leaks. We've contained that, but if somebody doesn't and it gets worse, you could be into it for the mold issue potentially if it gets worse and no one takes care of that. There are lots of things that could go awry with that, but it is an option. The other 2 sheets that I handed out are basically configurations of what Annex 1 would look like as a parking lot. It's also a place where we talked about placing a small garage for the seniors to maintain their vehicles, as well as to store some of our gas-powered equipment that's currently stored in the basement of the courthouse. So it would be nice to get that out there. But that can go on either site. It works. They're similar in size. And then the third one is showing the connectivity of that other piece of property. and the lot configuration with it. The bluish parcel is the one that's unknown as far as whether the person is interested in selling or not. But the yellow block on that last sheet is currently up for sale. There's 2 lots. Sure. Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking it was $1 million or to redo that building.
And $1 million was 2017, so that's old. 5 years of cost escalation in that number. And the replacement cost would be higher as well.
Reason they did this.
Exactly.
They're fixing all those.
Yes.
We feel smarter now.
I have
5 years later.
I have always come to the previous boards. How to do on the back that I just definitely increased the You do lean out into the red. Wow, we got the whole stadium laughing.
You have any comments, Commissioner Sauter?
A couple, I mean, a comment, I'll start with my question first. You probably don't even know, because I was involved, I was around when we did the acquisition on the one house that we did in the relocation costs, which was a bitter pill to swallow as far as, yeah. Know that as well. And I'm assuming that, knowing how the law works in the state of Washington, there is no way to subvert that. We don't know that the person that's in or the people in those homes, if they're owner occupied or if they're rentals.
I think they're rentals, both of them, the ones we would.
And so one thing, and I'm trying to make sure I'm giving everything a due consideration, because I had wondered if there is a way, if the rental property, the county acquires them and we don't, there generally is a term of lease or of the rental agreement. If that runs its course and expires under the ownership of the county, are you still liable for the relocation costs? I mean, it seems silly to me.
I think that was brought up.
I think there is no way around it. There is, even though it's like, well, your rental agreement is, you have a rental agreement at most a year. And if we say, well, you can live there for a year, the same rent, just because we're the owners, and then when your term expires, you move out, we demolish the house and move on. We save the tens of thousands of dollars that it's like winning the lottery if you're a renter in one of those.
Yeah,
You're actually right.
Well, we have processes for that as well. So, but I mean, is that again, this isn't your area of expertise, that there probably is no way around that. You pay relocation price regardless.
Yeah.
Because that's a significant cost, especially with 2 properties, because I know what we spent.
Yeah.
On one.
Right, and prices have gone up because it's based on what's happening with the market. And I think when
The rental market, and
Yeah.
you have to be able to, I forget, it's like 2 years or.
it's.
Worked out to, it was about 3 years worth of.
It's a lot.
Okay. The other, I guess just comment I would make is I do see there's some benefit. I mean, I like the idea of everything all consolidated in a single, but I do wonder, the negative piece of that is the unknowns. If money was no object, I would support the option, because it's closer to the courthouse, the parking. I have some negative aspects with, do you really want that much parking in a residential neighborhood? versus a commercial district. If maybe some people like to live next door to parking lots, but generally that would be a negative thing for me if I was the neighbor on two sides of, a Walmart parking lot. Which in a commercial district, that's a just part of business that there's going to be parking lots. But in the job that I'm in, money does matter. And I also like certainty. I don't see anything in your presentation that I would be, I will support your recommendation. I think we've been through this, we looked at these options 5 years ago and came to this conclusion. I think, staying the course is the right course of action. I appreciate the work that you've done, but I will support your recommendation.
Two quick things. I support the recommendation too. The main reasons are not terribly interested in evicting people from their houses that they may or may not be happy living in. And I guess I worry two things, that we get rid of this building and whoever buys it just demolishes it. The parking area in private real estate. You really didn't get what you were trying to achieve, which is, I think, the public wanting a daycare or a rec center or a senior services, or, I don't think they're getting what they're trying to do. Or the other option is whoever buys it, just lets it sit there as a derelict, dilapidated building that's unoccupied. And there's nothing to me that draws down the economic viability of the city than empty, dilapidated buildings. So I definitely don't want to see that. As far as I'm concerned, I'm kind of at the point of, if somebody wants to buy it and they want to pay what it's going to cost us to change our plans, and they want to sign a contract that they're willing to fix it as opposed to just destroying the thing, and use it for something, then I'm fine changing my plans and going that route. I just don't. I don't think that's out there. I don't think we will ever get contacted by somebody who wants to buy it and fix it. But if they do, I'm more than ready to listen.
So I will say the fact that the city wanted 325 parking spaces, that seems a little excessive, knowing how many employees we have in total in the entire county, knowing that not all of them work here. And going from 175 to 267 is quite an increase by about 92. And I can understand that if we're going to keep all of our fleet here. One thing I think we need to think about over the long term is, where are we going to put these buses behind a fence so the catalytic converters don't get stolen? Because that costs us a lot of money. And that's why I was looking more out towards our property out by the fairground, that area. If we can have an area out there that is secure, that we can keep our catalytic converters safe, because they're not cheap. As well as there's a fair number of vehicles that are sitting around here that I haven't seen move in a month plus. And if they haven't moved in a month plus, why are they in the downtown area? Usually people don't like it when you have vehicles that are just sitting there. So I asked, my first question is, how many parking spots do we truly need downtown for the public to come to the building and the courthouse, and B, for our parking needs for our short term, knowing that we have other properties elsewhere where we can put long-term parking for some vehicles that don't get much use. And that would help me make a decision, because if it's the difference between 27 spaces between Annex 1 coming down or buying this, and say we can move 27 vehicles to the fairground where they might be safer if we put up a fence, and then we don't have to kick people out of their affordable housing, because that always looks really good in public. That would give me more reasons and rationale. But again, It sounds like the city is willing to maybe come down on their 267 required parking spaces. If that is the case, and somebody wants to purchase that building and is willing to fix it, I'm fine with it. And if we want to give it 2 or 3 months for that potentiality to somebody come forward with a business plan that wants to turn it into a daycare or something, I wish them the best, but I can sit on it for 2 or 3 months. Move our vans out somewhere safer. But if nobody wants to, and my seatmates are in favor of it, I'm also perfectly capable of taking your recommendation and doing what a previous board said that they would do 5 years ago. I like to do the right thing, and I just don't know if we really truly need 267 parking spaces. Seems like a lot with our new way of doing things, even though right now we have an entirely packed room, which I didn't think we'd see. So maybe we do need.
I would recommend to the board that we continue with option A, which is staying with putting our parking at Annex 1, leaving option B open as long as it will stay open. For if somebody wants to buy Annex 1, and the minute this option goes away because somebody bought it, that option goes away. We're now locked in on option 1. With that, I'm going to run to the other room because I have a legislative testimony to do, and I will be on the phone and Zoom in here, so I'll still be listening.
Just to clarify, Annex 1, if somebody, this person that had a dream for Annex 1, we can't just sell Annex 1 to a person. I mean, it's public property. We would have to go through a public process to offer it to.
Yes,
It would be surplus.
Yes.
With a minimum. With the,
Contract or right.
So I just want to be clear, I'm not mistaken that we can't just say, oh yeah, great project. We get smoking deal. I've said that before on the Klickitat mill site before, and it's been corrected. There are no smoke unless there's a smoking deal for anybody. It's got to be available to everybody. So this is the same.
But you can't set a minimum.
Greg said yes. So we'll wait a few months because we don't have to, we're not going to go out and advertise right away anyway. So we're still getting to that point. So we probably have a couple months to wait, and we'll see what happens with if anybody's interested, and that'll give those parcels time to still be there or sell, and then we'll go from there.
If I may, sure. Is there any economy of scale as far as with the demo of the other, because we definitely, I would say now, and I'm trying not to color my perception because we actually don't have all our parking spaces right now. And so, because it is, when you come on a Tuesday, it can be a challenge sometimes to find parking. Especially if court's going on and stuff. So that kind of heightens this, it's like, oh, we need this parking. We need this parking. We actually don't have all our parking, even without Annex 1 yet.
Right.
And so I guess what I'm saying is there really, or unless there is some economy of scale that we would do it all at the same time versus, I don't want to slow, I think we definitely need more parking, but I am curious about maybe we're having, we're fretting about something that we don't need to, that maybe Annex 1 is a non-issue.
And Annex 3 and Annex 5.
Right, when they come down, that may kind of take the pressure off things.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
And I will say that was a consideration as far as there was a reason, not just because we felt like we needed the parking. We didn't want to have old derelict buildings left. That we felt like it was our responsibility to clean up, whether we needed the parking spaces or not. We wanted kind of a fresh canvas as far as for this part of Oakdale. Not that I'm saying Annex 1 is a sad, tired old painting, but it's definitely the old senior services building was needed to go as far as I was concerned. I was glad it was on the chopping block first, but I think, yeah, definitely. I don't want us to hold up on our other stuff. I'm willing to wait whatever reasonable, because that could be something we do see is that maybe we don't need to do anything.
Yeah, the type of construction for connecting to our lot is a little bit, we have more sidewalks, things like that, to build for better sidewalk. Annex 1, we have most of that out in the street there, you know, we're gonna pave it. Right. And put the building. Here, you know, it's a little bit higher standard to match the rest of the parking lots with it. That don't have sidewalks and things like that currently, so.
Okay.
Well, you also forget where our swimming pool is parking.
Exactly.
spaces
There's
aren't there.
half our parking in the courthouse is lost in the swimming pool. So
Someday.
which someday like next week, I think I think the pool needs to be closed. We don't need 2 swimming pools in this town. One is enough.
All right, thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you.
We need to get moving on. Pastor Schroeder.
Afternoon. Chief Deputy Justice here with me today. Unfortunately, we're here today to replace an existing position, losing a very experienced, knowledgeable, valuable employee. So we're asking for verbal consent to advertise at a 34, 35, or 36, steps 1 through 3. This position is the exemption specialist position. The position currently administers the Open Space Act programs and the Space Force program, the senior and disabled programs, as well as inputting the Department of Revenue exemptions, which are like your churches and entities like that. This position is one of 2.5 positions that also covers everything that the administrative side of the assessor's office does. It's very integral in what our office does. And this position has had added duties to it when we went down from 9 employees to 8. The replacement of this position won't have an impact on our budget, as it was already funded for 2022.
Good payroll. It's normal. It's normal.
So I just, sweet to the point.
How long is the training for this position?
5 years. Seriously, if you want somebody that can do this position and to know the majority of the questions that you're going to be receiving in the administrative side of the assessor's office, it takes about 5 years. There's a lot that they learn, you know, in the first year that really is integral to, you know, like them just answering the normal common questions. But really to have an employee that can pretty much answer most any question that comes in, it takes about.
Mr. Chairman. I would like to also make a comment. Our department works very closely with that position. And the employee that will be leaving has been very knowledgeable, and he's been very easy to work with. It impacts the organization as well as open space applications.
I was, of course, you got so much fun. Hopefully you can find
Find
somebody who's a
somebody.
quick learn.
Yeah,
Is it absolutely for certain?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be here. if it wasn't-
Well,
Yeah.
I assume you exhausted
Yeah.
all
Yeah. No, I mean, the
arm
employee.
twisting,
Oh,
threatening.
I did.
Just a threat.
I put a lot of pressure.
Really, the hostage thing didn't work?
No,
Really?
chaining them to the desk.
Yeah.
No, there's all kinds of tools to cut those nowadays, so. Yeah, no, and this employee was really good. They let us know, about a couple months ahead that they were ready to move on to bigger and better things, so. Yeah, it's tough. It's just when you think there's a lot of jobs out there right now for whatever you want to do, you can do. And it's tough being in a public office, especially with the programs and the seniors. You got a lot of unhappy people. So it's a constant battle, and it's gotten worse over the last couple of years. We've had landowners that were removed from the program for non-compliance and said they were just going to go kill themselves then. And it's going to be over. So it's a lot tougher than it used to be. This position has been told by the same type of people that, weren't in compliance for the program, that they help this employee gets cancer. So it's tough to do these things.
Anything public facing these days,
Yeah,
it's a different, whole new world.
yeah, and also, with going, so many people working from home, there's not the personal interaction anymore, and so people are a little more, I believe, volatile, and they're losing a little bit of their the ability to communicate without
Humanity.
Civil tongue in their head. That's my grandmother used to say.
Okay, so if you have no concerns with the going grade 34, 35, 36, that's 1, 2, 3, depending upon experience, that would be great for us and process paperwork there for you.
What was the current grade?
He's a 36, like step 5 or 6, I think. Yeah. He was one of the rare people that actually came in having been in the assessor's office before. So yeah, and it actually in the position. And then when we went from 9 employees to 8, this position took on additional duties, willingly. So yeah, this position works a lot with like Lisa, with Lee and
Get all of the disgruntled people down in our office next.
Right, do you have anything else for us?
No, I don't. That's it.
Happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I didn't know if you wanted us to sing to you.
So that was
I'm not too
yes.
gifted up
Too much?
That was a yes.
I heard yes.
Singing happy birthday?
Oh,
that's-
Take it away.
Yes, that was a yes. Thank you. All right, a little ahead of schedule, Columbia Land Trust Conservation Needs, Nate and Sherry. On hold.
Folks are welcome.
I mentioned, we're up to just bring a whole front row.
Everything's flexible.
Yeah, why don't you take one of mine? Yeah, we might have to have you guys move forward just a bit so the mic will pick you up. We'll see.
Yeah, you
What
could keep a chair.
Dan says. All right, who wants to start with introductions?
Want me to introduce you?
Or we could just go down the line.
Sure, let's go down the line.
John Cole, manager of the area for Green Diamond.
Mike Engel, I run mill site.
I'm Patty Case with Green Diamond Resources.
Evan Smith with the Conservation Fund.
Sherry Carney with Columbia Land Trust.
Nate Ulrich, Columbia Land Trust.
Anna Shriver with the Conservation Fund.
Oh, I think we need to move the seat back to where Nate is, because that's like the best spot
Yeah.
we found that picks up the sound.
We can do 2 at a time and just go with it.
Okay, yeah, so which organization wants to go, who's start?
I can go first. You always said it's better back here.
It works.
Yeah, he said that it was good here, so I think you're good.
It's good for us. I don't know. We don't know if it's good for
Those 40.
those 40.
All those.
Well, I guess, just to start off, I think our group as a total wanted to come and just introduce ourselves to you guys, let you see the faces of the acquisition group that ended up acquiring the different pieces of the SDS sale. Obviously, the two landowners, Conservation Fund and Green Diamond manages it for Twin Creeks, are both here, and then us, our ownership group, bought the mill site itself and don't have any timberlands. But just wanted to come and say hi, introduce ourselves, let you guys know these are the faces of the groups, and I guess see if you guys had any questions for us. I represent a family ownership group that's been operating in the gorge for the last 60 years. We operate a mill in Hood River up on Highway 35. It's called Mount Hood Forest Products. We have a mill in Carson, WKO. Now we have the mill site there in Bingen, and we're going to run it as SDS Lumber, is the name that it'll be moving forward into the future. Continue operating that facility more so than when we walked in the door. And, just wanted to come and say hi, and if you guys had any questions from me or any of us, so that's our portion.
I'm again Patty Case with Green Diamond. I hail from the Puget Sound area, and I have about 30 some odd years with the company. And I have with me John Olson, who has a mere 3 weeks with the company, but he knows more about this land base than I do. I want to just mention that Green Diamond is sort of a long-term owner. We date back to 1890 in Washington State, still headquartered here in Washington State. And while I wasn't there at the time, we are still managing some of the lands that we originally managed with the owner, Saul Simpson, back in 1890. So again, long-term owners. Green Diamond Management Company is a subsidiary of Green Diamond Resource Company. We partnered with Twin Creeks Timber back in 2018 and created this management company. The difference between ourselves and traditional, if you will, TIMOs, or Timber Investment Management Organizations, is that we have skin in the game. So Green Diamond is actually invested in this management operation. And then we manage the timberlands, and we manage solely for Twin Creeks. So we don't have a number of different organizations that we're managing for. So we have 61,000 acres here in Klickitat, Skamania, and so on and so forth. And I'll let John speak a little bit to the specific land base.
So we're here with the partners of the mill and Conservation Fund. I guess if you think about it, the main productive timberlands for forest management would be with Green Diamond. Some of the areas that are more sensitive would have been just across the landscape and we can show, I think you guys have brought the maps to kind of show the delineations, but there's timberland all the way down White Salmon, going east toward Lyle and up toward Glenwood. So I think most people are probably pretty familiar with the SDS lands, but if you think of the more productive timberlands, that would be the lands that Green Diamond now manages. So
I can go next. So Evan Smith with the Conservation Fund, and I run all of our working forest acquisitions and management around the country. Yeah, and I should have handed this out at the beginning, but you want a map just to remind yourself of the SDS lands. I would kind of back up a little bit and say, the sale of the SDS lands is kind of representative of sort of an ongoing trend around the country where these large, kind of large family held ownerships are getting to the point where they break up, they want to go in a different direction, et cetera. So at the Conservation Fund, we're a national land conservation nonprofit, but we're really oriented around making sure that we keep working forests intact. That working forests have benefits for water quality, for community use, for wildlife habitat, for continued economic production. So whenever there's a large working forest transaction that comes up, we pay close attention to it. And this one stood out for us because it had such high community values. Not only does it have the timberland, it's got the operating mills, and very beloved to the community. So we were very excited to partner with WKO and Green Diamond to put together a competitive offer for this. And as John mentioned, we looked through the whole land base and tried to figure out what were the lands that had kind of higher habitat values. And so those were acquired by us. So that's roughly 35,000 acres. And they'll continue to have harvesting and public access and ongoing recreation and grazing use and things like that. But just wanted to give you a chance to kind of ask questions of us, anything about the STS sale, et cetera. And I'll mention, Sherry Carney and the Columbia Land Trust as a whole has been a key advisor to us throughout this whole transaction. They're not a financial partner, but they've been an advisor throughout the process and kind of helping inform some of those conservation objectives that we're trying to achieve. Sherry, anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I would add that, well, at least Commissioner Souter, Evan has come with us in the past because we partnered with the Conservation Fund on other conservation that we've done on Klickitat. So you've met him over the years. And in this case, there are some lands, and we can talk about it, but you'll be hearing from us because there's some lands along the Klickitat River that will be, have conservation strategies that will pursue funding to purchase those for their oak value, for their wildlife, what you've seen us do in the past. And you'll hear from us because we always, bring our proposals to you for state grants or salmon grants. So just we wanted to at least share our role and helping with long-term conservation outcomes that Columbia Land Trust may facilitate.
Anything to add?
Nothing to add. But thanks for the opportunity to be here. We just wanted to come kind of as a larger group, explain who we are, and kind of like Mike said, provide a chance, if there's specific questions now or in the future, who to reach out to. I appreciate Commissioner Anderson reaching out, when there was questions early on that you were here and just reaching out directly. That's exactly what we want. And thank you for that. You have any questions?
I did have a couple questions, if I may. Mostly around what the thought, and this is more to the Green Diamond folks as far as the 2/3 of the. It seemed like it was about 2/3 and 1/3 is how things were split up. Obviously, SDS, the family, the mill operations. The land management are it's an old family, very integrated into the community. Those jobs, that culture of how those lands were managed is kind of integrated into the community. And I'm not expecting to share your business plan as far as what your plans are for those lands. But I am kind of curious. You sort of indicated you're not the typical, you have skin in the game. You're actually, these are working forests, but are, some of the concerns I've heard from folks is if this was more the traditional model of investor-owned properties that then get managed for a much shorter term return from those forests. That's something that we don't support that approach. We want long-term sustainable understanding that the management of it's your forest, but that is a community value that we want to see those might be the Wild West, might be great for 10 or 15 years, but we're always trying to look at the long term. That's what I'm mostly interested in, the 2/3 part. The 1/3, I certainly have concerns, but we've seen that model as long as we don't see a huge departure for kind of how that's been done in the past. We sort of know what to expect there, that there is harvest still continues there, as far as I'm talking about on the 3rd. But that it's managed for other values as well, not only conservation values, but these are working for us. So I'm just kind of curious what's Green Diamond's philosophy, and what should we expect?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Appreciate it, Commissioner Souter. Green Diamond, as I said, founded in 1890. So we are about long-term forest management. We do have a supply agreement with WKO. It's our intention to manage this for the long term. And that is one of the things that really sets us apart from other TMOs. So think about the Green Diamond Resource Company core values of certainly safety and profitability, but also community stewardship and integrity. Those are the things that you can expect us to bring to this landscape. 2.1 million acres throughout the United States, most of it here in the West. We have habitat conservation plans in Washington and California, multiple habitat conservation plans. We have a candidate conservation agreement with assurances for the fisher. We have safe harbor agreements throughout our timberland ownership. So you think about that from the conservation side of things, but then think also about the consideration that we really want to keep the economy rolling. And that I think speaks to our organization. John, you want to add anything specific?
No, just to echo that, just long-term value creation and maintenance of that value. So, if you go down another model where you cut it out and get out, some short term, I mean, that's, what do you really have at the end? So, I mean, just maintaining the value through time, and that's good forest management through time. So, planting trees, taking care of forests, making sure there's always a forest there for the future. And that's basically what the investors want too, right? Is that same long-term value. So
I hope that answers your question.
Okay, well, see, it certainly gives me some comfort as far as you're saying the right things, as far as
Stick around for 40 years or so.
Understand, SDS Stevenson's that is an old-fashioned way of this business. Right. Unfortunately, it doesn't, you get out a couple, 3 generations, folks don't seem to want to continue that model.
Yes, our company is bigger than SDS, but still privately held after 5 generations. And both the chairman and the president are great-great-grandsons of Saul Simpson.
Okay,
the founder.
That's a good thing to say, because that's you're definitely an outlier as far as most.
And again, give it 40 years and we won't be, right?
Okay. Right. Yeah, I could say one thing too. I think it's not lost on a group like us, but Green Diamond, Twin Creeks, that group, it was a partnership with the Conservation Fund. So obviously there was some foresight into the benefits of the entire package and how that impacted the community. Say, like Patty's saying, other TMOs or other groups might not have ever even considered that. It might have been just no option. And I think that speaks a little differently than maybe other groups might not have been willing to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're very welcome. Okay, where to start on questions? You shouldn't open that one up for me. First of all, what are you looking at in terms of age for rotation? Are you looking at reducing the rotation for Green Diamond ground? I mean, we have the needs of what the sawmills in the area need to run. We know what we have, what we can. It sounds like Green Diamond is going to continue managing that ground. maybe a little less management coming off of 1/3 of that acres. So are you going to take that rotation age down a few years in order to make up that difference?
No way to take it down to any great degree because rotation depends on site class, elevation, rainfall, and all of those things. So while we will make some adjustments and we will have a long-term forest management plan, and if I tell you the details, I'll have to kill you. But generally speaking, you can't do too much with that, just from the standpoint of the ecology of the region.
Okay. So you guys just became the largest landowners, timber barons in the area. The family that you purchased this from has been an integral part of the community for the last 80 years. We can go with schools, we can look at hospitals, we can look at all of the things that the family has invested in, that they have given back of the profits of that company and to the community. And so the question that I keep hearing is, are the new land managers going to invest in the community like the old land managers? Millions upon millions of dollars were invested in the community of White Salmon, from the tennis courts to the library, hospital, schools, everything. You guys are now by far the largest landowners in the area with, in essence, the assets of the area. Have you thought about what your community outreach is going to be, your community involvement, how you're going to get back to your community? Has this been a plan or a part of your planning processes as of yet? Because that's, the community is very interested in that. Otherwise, if you're not, then the community has to make up all that difference for all of those things that, that families provide.
I guess I would say one of the, we recognize that the Stevenson family played a really outsized role across Klickitat and Squamish counties, even into Hood River and Washington and Wasco. I think one of the goals of the partnership was really valuing the local communities. Mike's one of the largest employers in Skamania County, for example. So I think you will find throughout all of our organizations this strong commitment to seeing the communities where we operate thrive. I certainly can't say that we have a defined plan of exactly what's going to happen when. But I think it is in the values of all these organizations here to be very respectful, very mindful of the fact that we're trying to achieve good things together. Mike, what would you?
Yeah, I'd echo the same thing. We've operated in the Columbia Gorge for 60 years. We always strive to be good operators and providers for things within the community. That would be no different within Klickitat County.
And from Green Diamond's perspective, we do have at the risk of being inundated, we do have a charitable contributions program. And we do give back to our operating communities, both with charitable donations and to a certain extent with in-kind donations as well. Having said that, this is a reasonably small operation for us. So I'm guessing that between all of us, we'll have a significant role in the community, but each one of us individually will not replace the SDS folks at Stevenson's.
Another question I've been hearing a lot in the community from your new neighbors is, are any of you guys willing to do boundary line adjustments on property, move boundary lines with neighbors? As I'm sure you guys are well aware, having done your due diligence, many of the lines in Klickitat County, where the fence line was, is not exactly where the boundary line is on GPS. How willing are you guys to working with the community members to get those lines figured
Excellent, John.
I think I saw them all on yours. Very well aware of, the ownership and some of the challenges that you're describing. So, the parcel map of just going up through Snowden, for example, it's just a checkerboard of a variety of owners. Green Diamond is one of them. There's those challenges on almost every parcel. So it's a case by case scenario, looking at each one and factoring in all the different elements. So to make an overall decision on one strategy, I don't know. It's more of a case by case, but most often you're going to have to find some workable solution just to be neighborly, and there are lots of neighbors, and being neighborly is key to operating. So.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is we operate all across the country. We really try and pride ourselves on being a good neighbor and helping our neighbors in times of, fires and things like that, sorting out issues like this, moving fences, moving roads if need be. But it is all on kind of a case by case basis.
This one's for WKO. You guys, we had, of course, a significant number of employees of SDS was let go. What has WKO done, whether with WorkSource or with retraining or rehiring? Have you guys done anything for the communities and the members in White Salmon? I guess people were all over the place for those people who lost their jobs.
Yes, so I guess first off, I'd say that the local paper used misinformation on the number that they had, which is unfortunate. For the number of people that there was a couple divisions that were let go. One of them being the logging and road building side. We don't own the timberland, so we haven't operated in-house logging since the early 90s. Something we got out of a long time ago. So that was part of it. Most of those people knew pretty early on, and we really encouraged the local logging contractors and them to get together. And I'd say the vast majority of those individuals were hired or had job offers prior to our acquisition, actual closing. So I'd say that was the majority of it. Another group was our construction division, and there were certain people that we offered multiple jobs out for other facilities to those individuals, because that was also a division that we don't support as in-house construction crews. And we had, I'd say, probably 30 openings at our other facilities at the time when that closing happened, that we were offering up to those individuals. It was up to them whether or not they took those or applied for them. And for the most part, most of them didn't choose to do that, but we did take some of the people that were in those groups and hired them in our other facilities. We still continue to do that. So the published number was more than twice the amount wrong. So it's unfortunate.
And have you followed up with them to see have the people that were let go, if they got jobs? If not, is there a way that we can connect, you guys could connect them with our economic development department, connect them with WorkSource and others in the region to hopefully get those people rehired, retrained?
Sure. I don't know the specifics about the legalities of information sharing people's names and things of that nature, but we currently have multiple positions available at the mill for people to apply for, and that's actually true in all three mills. So there's no shortage of positions. There was just a shortage of support for certain divisions.
I haven't looked at it, but yeah, you guys came in front of us looking for support on easements west of Trout Lake, and I believe the board wrote a letter of support. Did that go to Green Diamond, or did that go to the Conservation Fund? Where is that currently?
So we asked you for a letter of support for a federal forest legacy grant that Nate led, and it was on Green Diamond owned land to buy, essentially to buy development rights and extinguish those. And so it didn't go through this year, frankly, partly because of the.
Sorry. Yes, it did. In Oregon.
Oh, in Oregon it didn't. It went through in Washington. Thanks. So it's going forward to be implemented in about a year and a half.
It's a 2-year process, that particular grant. So the grant was submitted, it was forwarded to the national level, so it's in ranking at the national level. We anticipate hearing something this spring about how it was ranked out. And then the way that grant works is that in the next federal budget cycle, the Congress and the administration will put a budget together, say how much money there was available. And if a project ranks high enough to be funded, we'll be able to know at that time, but it wouldn't be implemented until the earliest would be 2023.
So overall, the relationship between Columbia Land Trust and Green Diamond would be to enter into a contract to purchase development rights if that grant is awarded on that property.
We'll plan to do the same thing again this year in the late summer, early fall, adding to that with an additional phase of conservation easements, probably moving our way down the White Salmon. That footprint hasn't been figured out exactly, but it'll be to do the same thing, to purchase development rights and to ensure access for the public.
Part of that, I think, Commissioner Anderson gets back to your question about this longevity and commitment to timber operations. That really is showing that commitment.
And as you work down the White Salmon, are you looking more with Green Diamond property or more with conservation?
We'll continue to work with Green Diamond on conservation easements, which have the emphasis on continued forestry and timber operations and extinguishing development.
And we've done that in other operations, specifically in Washington and Mason County, where we had 20,000 acres that was zoned for rural residential at 5, 10, and 20-acre densities. And we took that entire 20,000 acres and over time extinguished the development rights off of those 20,000 acres. Creates scarcity in the system so that other people who actually want to develop their land can develop it, and then preserves our land for working forests over the long term. So preserves the jobs in the local community.
Trying to figure out if I want to ask questions. Which one? Sorry. So I guess the next one is with the conservation fund, based on what I'm seeing right here in the properties that you guys picked up, are you looking to be long-term holders or are you looking to potentially flip some of these properties to other organizations? It sounds like there might be something going on with Columbia Land Trust. Looks like a lot of tribal potential interest up there. What is your guys' goals?
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Yeah, we don't see ourselves as a forever landowner. We see ourselves as, kind of identifying those lands that had higher conservation value or habitat sensitivities and work to get them over the next, kind of 5 to 10 years into a more long-term ownership. So for example, on the Oregon side, one of the parcels is part of the drinking water supply for the city of the Dalles, and and the Forest Service own everything around it. Kind of makes sense for them to own that portion of their drinking water supply. So that's a chance where, kind of we'll work patiently with them to transfer that property to the city. Columbia Land Trust has the corridor along the Klickitat River that they're trying to build out. So that's another example where it'll take some time, but those are good properties to, kind of transfer to the Columbia Land Trust over time. But a lot of our plans are frankly still to be determined. Just kind of because of the process that the investment bank sort of ran everyone through. We had sort of a pretty narrow window of time and narrow set of people that we could talk to because of all the confidentiality restrictions that were put in place. So tried to make good decisions, looking out for kind of public interest over the long term. I'll be able to give you a better answer in a year. I should have just said that.
No, thank you. That's more than I was expecting.
Other questions? I did have a follow-up. We all acknowledge the contributions to Stevenson's and SDS and the community. Yeah, we weren't expecting to get a commitment, a monetary commitment out of the group today to be able to match that. But one other, I would say, fiduciary contribution that they made is their lands they were very open about access and the public, as long as the public was respectful and as far as to their resources, and they didn't have problems with theft or fire danger or garbage and stuff. They generally, even though they were private lands, in many ways, they were almost treated as public lands where folks. That's something that doesn't cost a lot to be able to do that. And I'm kind of curious about the long-term management of the land, if that is going to, it was mentioned in it's kind of your opening remarks about, multiple use of the land, public access, grazing, and different kind of aspects. Kind of the two groups, can you kind of talk to that a little bit as far as what your what the plan for that is, or at least the goal, even if it's aspirational? I just always try to get people on record so that later, 40 years from now, we can say, you said, and we're sorry, we have not gotten our blinds yet. So it's a new.
I feel like I have an aura that's.
Yeah.
So from a company-wide perspective, we have a real wide range of public access sort of goals and such. I think at this juncture, no change is in order, but I'm gonna let John answer any specific questions if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't see any real big changes. There might be some review of different areas there. You mentioned being pretty open, but at the same time, like the city of the Dallas watershed that he was talking about, that's actually leased to an outfitter. And then some areas were completely closed off to all public entry, and you have several different policies and stuff in place from one end to the other. So I don't see any real drastic change from what has been done in the past. We're just kind of carefully review kind of case by case, because there are different blocks of ownership throughout the area, and some of them are open and some of them aren't. So I don't see a wholesale change in policy, just kind of reviewing and making sure that it makes sense.
Yeah, what he said.
So does that mean the land's gonna be open for hunting or not open?
Well, in general, SDS lands were open. There were places that were closed, either oftentimes at the request of the grazing leasee, just for managing conditions for neighbors' concerns about access, etc. So it's not a blanket, everything was open, and now blanket, everything stays open. We're continuing, at least for us, we're continuing the policies that were in place. We'll continue to review them, potentially look for opportunities to improve access or improve resource protection. So on our side, I don't foresee any significant changes.
And I just want to say thank you for mentioning, the respect of the community, because that's the one thing that tends to change our minds is when we have major vandalism on a road or on a piece of equipment, theft, those kinds of issues that come up. And it's one of those, it's not even an 80-20 rule. It's more like a 98-2. But those are the kinds of things that can really change a timberland owner's mind when it comes to public access. So thank you very much for recognizing that and understanding that.
Dan there. Dan, do you have any questions?
No. There was a user's phone. I didn't have any number to identify him.
You can unblock.
Blocked.
Yeah.
No questions.
Okay. Can we get an email with all your contact information so that you have questions that are in public and recorded?
Absolutely.
That would be great. Or sending us BoCC an email with everybody's.
And commissioners, you will hear from Columbia Land Trust when we do want to apply for a grant. I think Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program this year. And so we'll continue to correspond with you about what we're doing and seek your input on that.
We wouldn't expect anything else.
Your affirmative input.
Yes. All right. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Enjoy this beautiful day.
Nice building.
Tour around. See all the timber we used.
And we thank you.
Yes.
See the box of bills. They had some issues with getting the checklist process.
We just have one sheet. There it is.
I did mark the 21 versus the 22. It's all on one. There are two different years.
All right, let's move on to the consent agenda when you are ready.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda, all 6 items.
I will step down and second the motion. All those in favor, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I don't hear Dan. Oh, well. We gotta pay the bill.
Oh, there's, he's back on the phone now.
Okay, if you're ready, sir. We'll start with pay estimate number 1 and final to Oliver Floor Covering, the amount of $4,909.50, which includes tax in the amount of $342.50 for the Pioneer Center second floor restroom floor covering replacement project. My motion is to approve the pay estimate.
Step down and second the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
I've been in there since they put the new stuff in, so. Pioneer Center, go check out the upstairs. You seen it? Anybody seen it? It's worth $5,000. Next, we have pay estimate number 21, hopefully nearing final, up to Kirby Nagelhout Construction Company. The amount of only $18,883.95, which excludes retainage in the amount of $921.17, and includes sales tax in the amount of $1,381.75 for a total payment of $18,883.95 for the county services building project contract C03120. The motion is to approve and pay.
Step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, next we have pay estimate number 2 to the Southern Folger Contracting Company. The amount of $18,872.04, less $993.27 for retainage, adding sales tax of $1,489.90 for a total to the contractor of $20,361.93. This is for the rolling security door in the jail. My motion is to approve and pay.
Step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And next we have pay estimate number 2 to Thompson Brothers Excavating in the amount of $205,906, which does not have retainage, for the countywide guidepost and signing project, CRP 358. My motion is to approve pay estimate and
Step down and second the motion. All those in favor signify
aye.
by saying aye. Motion carries.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, we have before us, I would make a motion to approve accounts payable warrants in the amount of $800,000 and $87.77, and payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $914,042.45 for the date ending January 18, 2002. I don't believe that is combined. The AP is 21 and 22 years. That's the total. I guess I would look to the clerk if you want a motion on, if you want those noted separately.
I think one motion's fine. Give totals maybe for 21 and then for 22.
Of those totals, the AP $706,858.64 is 2021, and $93,229.13 of the total is for 2022. My motion is to approve.
I will step down and second the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good job.
That was a lot of building.
All right.
We have any cash left? Yes, we're okay.
Speaking of, look who's up next. Come on forward.
Okay.
Tired.
Tired.
You say fired.
Tired, not fired.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning to you too. Who's tired now?
So we have had our first finance committee meeting with Commissioner Anderson on Friday, the 14th, which is just the last working day we had at this point. But we
Those with that, believe me, we tried to move that around. I can't.
Yeah.
By statute, it is the chair.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I was wondering about.
Yeah, we actually have a.
We tried to give it away before.
Yep, yeah, we can dig that one out, but yes. That is true, yes.
Oh, I want to hear that stuff.
So we went over the schedule, the current schedule is the 2nd and the 4th at 9 a.m. We all agreed with the addition of Commissioner Anderson that would work into all of our schedules, so we'll continue that and get that published. We talked about possible legislation, and Commissioner Anderson brought up that there's the House Bill 1921, which is the pill type tax payment. We discussed that a little bit. The different types of tax payments that are out there. And we all just kind of were wondering about watching that as far as the auditor and myself. We talked about that there is a potential of a bill being on a moratorium of projects for the TFSEC process. It sounds like I didn't get a House bill or I didn't get a bill number on that. But we did have a little bit of discussion just that it was out there and having just in the discussion. And then I did bring up that the treasurers are submitting a cleanup bill to House Bill 1410, which addresses penalties and interest. It takes them off in 22, but it makes sure that they go back on or they don't go away forever yet. I know that there'll be some more pieces. So I don't know if it's House Bill 1410 again or where we're at. So I don't have the number for that, but I do know that the treasurers are working at Representative Bowles, I believe, is the one that brought that forward. We talked about Rescue America. The update from Jen was that the U.S. Treasury did adopt the final ruling for the lost revenue numbers, and that they allowed that the dollars kind of be used in their most flexible state. There are a handful of things that we've all known that they can't be used for. I think that repayment is one of them. There's some other ones for pensions and stuff, but for the most part, it was very favorable to us. So we talked a little bit about that. We obviously discussed the conclusion of the state audit, which we discussed already this morning. So I wasn't going to go through that anymore unless you want to, but I mean, we had the same discussion. And we, and I did report that I have gotten an email back from the Department of Revenue with the resolution that we presented for the increased sales tax for the 0.5%, and they have everything ready to go, or they're gonna proceed so that it will go into play. The excise tax piece will end on the 31st of March, and the new sales tax will go into effect on April 1st. And I haven't heard anything more other than, hey, thank you, we got your email, and we're moving on, so. And then the next meeting will be April 28th at 9 a.m. So, you have anything to add? I think that was about what we covered, unless I missed something.
That's what we covered.
Perfect. The treasurer's office, a little update from us. We did get the bid for assets site updated. I believe it was yesterday, but we weren't here, so it's out today. So the foreclosure properties are listed on the site. So if anybody wants to go see them and start reviewing them and doing anything, they're out there. The sale again is February 14th. It closes on February 15th. There's 5 or 6. I can't remember the number. I was thinking there was 6, but then there was, so it's some number right in there. 2 lots outside of Goldendale. One down along the
Suitable for a parking lot?
Yeah, it'd be a bit of a walk, or you'd need to get some kind of tram, but yeah. And then there's one along the Klickitat River. That's a little sliver that I think somebody was paying on that they finally just, it's not really buildable or anything, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. There's a house in Goldendale, we're off of about a block away. Other than that, I think, and then the other ones were just 20-acre parcels out in the middle. One's landlocked, I believe.
How long is it? 3 years of non-payment before you move towards?
Yeah, so right now we will start on 18, I think, is who we're sending our letters to. But it's 3 years when we start the process. So like right now it's 3 years, but by the time we get to selling the house, it's really almost 4. Which is the challenge that I kind of say to is looking at the treasurers, and as we're looking at penalties and interest and everything. It is 3 years, and it can be redeemed up until 5 o'clock. I mean, these are the 5 out there, but if the right person it does have to be the actual property owner. I mean, it has to be it can't just be somebody coming in to pay it. It has to be a designated person for the title report. But they could be paid up until 5 o'clock the night before the auction. They can be redeemed.
Did they have to pay fully up? Or
Yep, the whole 9 yards. They gotta get all the way to current. Yep.
So I got asked this a couple of weeks ago. What happens when you have the owner of in essence, the owner of the property, but they took private money to buy it. And so they've got notice.
So like a contract?
It's a contract, and these people aren't paying on the property, but really the person that owns it is the person with the contract.
Right.
Do you notify them?
Yes,
they
that's why the year. So during that year, we start out and we send a letter, so right now we're gonna start on 2018. So we take a list and we send a letter out to everybody, and it's just a nice, hey, reminder, we charge it, whatever the fee is for that. And then we get some back. Some people pay right away. Some people just wait to get that letter and come in and pay us cash, but they only pay for that year they're delinquent. And don't ask me why it doesn't financially make any sense to me, but they do that. And that's okay. And they're just kind of on the list. There's other folks that will wait a while till maybe they get another one. They'll come in and pay. We have the payment plan option for a lot of folks that are out there. And we do get a lot of people maybe that will go onto the payment plan, which is essentially where we give them 12 months to get they have to pay the current year taxes. So you have to pay 2022, for example, and then you can go back and work on the back years, but you have to pay 2022 April, then pay 2022 October. So the concept is we keep you current. So when you get the back ones, and if you're that far back, we keep rolling you into another payment plan all the way through. But in that situation, what happens is that on the next letter, we do a title report, and we actually do it a little earlier because my staff has access to the recorded documents, and they'll go in there and see it. If there is that, then we will start sending an email or a letter to the actual owner of who's the actual owner. And a lot of them will either foreclose upon the person, or they'll come in and take it back. There's a lot of that happens in the year. Yeah. So there's a lot of those. So we get those, try to get those out of and we used to wait because I don't think that by state statute, you have to do that till you get the title report. But we actually kind of push it up, and maybe we don't get all the designated parties, you know, early on, but I mean, it just seems to make sense if we can see that there's a real estate contract and somebody's not. It also, there's a lot of people that sell houses on a real estate contract that don't confirm to make sure the taxes are paid. You know, and we get a lot of people who are like, well, I didn't know. It's like, we send out one tax statement to the tax, and when the real estate contract is put into play and recorded, the property owner in the system becomes, the tax statement goes to the new purchaser, the person who's got the real estate contract that's paying whoever owns it. But we figure out through the title report who the who actually holds it. So in that situation, they would have to, if the person's not paying on it, they would have to go through the foreclosure process to foreclose upon their person.
Which keeps it out of our, right?
We don't, yeah, our hope is, I mean, I will be honest, my goal every one of these sales is to get to zero. I mean, that's, my goal is to keep people on their property and do everything. But I am a realist that if people aren't paying their taxes, the property needs to go into the tax roll. And so we do have to, some of them, and we, sometimes we just, nobody contacts us back because we send a certified letter, we send a regular letter, we send, I mean, we try to do everything we can to try to find these folks to give them their opportunity. So yeah, these parcels that are selling in February are actually 4 and some change delinquent. So they've had lots of letters, and yeah, I mean, and we have one of them that's got, I think, 12 needed people, so they get 12 letters to all the people, and nobody wants to deal with it, and it's, so yeah, it's just, and I think sometimes around Goldendale a little bit more than maybe on the west end of the county, there, maybe somebody was like driving through town in 1970, there was a piece of ground for 10 grand, who knows, whatever. I don't even know that sometimes the family even knew that the person owned the grant, you know, or they were paying the taxes and they owned it. And then if they passed away, nobody knew until later or something. So we usually start out with, it could be as many as 500 and we get down to 5. So, I mean, that's the process through the years, but so these are the 5 that we're at, and hopefully I think that they will sell. And then any of the dollars that we do sell above and beyond what the taxes, because again, we're just recouping the taxes. So if the money goes into the refund or into the trust fund, and then whoever the deeded owner is can claim the additional. And we've actually had people say, I don't want it anymore. I've tried to sell it. I can't get rid of it. And they just let it go. And then they've actually gotten, we had that happen on some lots in town.
They got some money back.
And they got, people bought it, and then they actually got more, and they didn't have to pay real estate. I mean, the property paid the fees because we put the property, but I mean, I'm not saying it's the designated way to do it. I'm just saying that we've had some weird, and sometimes people are just like, yeah, I just don't want it anymore, you know, or a kid or however it flows down through or wherever. So yeah, so that's February 14th, and those are out on the website. Our webpage does have a link to bid for assets. We just got the final piece that has to the actual sale. So I will get that updated. So there will be a link on ours directly to the bid for assets page. So hopefully that will go well. These online auctions in this situation have been really nice because we don't have to manage the people, and we've gotten fairly good bidding. We've only done one of them on bid for assets, which was the tax title sales, but I'm anticipating this one to go equally as well. So, great. Thank you, sir. And then the other thing, I have the white salmon property. I reached out to, I can't remember his name, but the public works person for the city of White Salmon. No, who is it? Pat? Yeah, Pat, yeah. And so I sent him kind of what we believe to be the parameters. He agreed with what they were. So on the February 1st, I will put a resolution into the packet so that we will be able to, that will authorize us to finalize that sale, and we'll be able to do that. We should be able to get that done by the end of March. Which we saw. I don't have it up that third. I don't remember. I too many numbers going through my head nowadays. But we're selling it for what the taxes and penalties and interest and all that were, and all the pieces. So so anyway, we will finish that. We have done some work on the mill site with the snow days and things, and some of the pieces at the end of the year. We haven't been able to get that far enough along that I could bring it to you today as I kind of hoped. So I have that one on site, and we also have been doing some work on the triangle piece. So I think that we kind of went back and found some old documents. So I think we have a few more pieces on that. So we haven't forgotten about them, but this first few weeks of January have been a little chaotic for us. We are going to begin, the assessor completed the levies on Friday. So that turns it over to the treasurer's office now. So we will begin our process of assessing the taxes. So hopefully we'll be able to get through that here in the next 2 weeks. That's a big hit. So we can get that going, get those posted, and then get people to start paying on that. Those are items that I have. Questions?
All right, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you have something? No. McClure, did you have something?
You suggested I come back about 3 o'clock, you might be discussing the area bill.
Okay, Bill, did you?
I don't know what's discussed other than we're opposed. There's,
Bottom line.
I think we're
for
really
me-
opposed. We're not just opposed, we're really opposed. It's a,
And I think it's during our meeting. Would you be able to sign in opposed and potentially give some short testimony on Thursday on that? I think we're in,
Okay, that's what, Thursday or Friday?
I think it's Thursday.
Okay.
All right, moving on, prosecuting attorney Canal.
I don't have much today. I just want to hit a couple of points. There's been a couple of discussions lately related to, I think, the annex over here. And there seems to be this notion that I think Commissioner Sauter hit on this morning. I just want to reiterate that. There seems to be this notion that we can just enter it to a direct negotiation with an individual. That's nonsense. That we can do that with a government entity, but otherwise it would just have to be surplus and treated like any other surplus action. So this idea that we can have some sort of prolonged negotiation with the chosen potential buyer is really a non-starter. So I just wanted to reiterate that. The second, just to remind the board that the board does not have the ability to interfere with the personnel decisions of the elected. Elected is going and asking for quote unquote permission to fill a position as a courtesy and a courtesy only. The board's position is to set the budget and to create or and approve organizational charts. Once the budget is set and the position is created, the board can have no role, should have no role in the personnel decisions of the separate elected officials. That's for you to take up the potential budget process year by year, as long as it's not clearly as directed at affecting the personnel decisions of the separate elected. So just want to remind folks of that there's, I think I've done in the past, and we will continue as a courtesy, but I can hire and fire without any consultation whatsoever. So just, and I can pay them what I think is appropriate as long as it's within the budget established by the board. So that becomes an issue if you overpromise, you need a supplemental, get yourself a real problem. But other than that, it is simply Kurt. Electeds are not department heads. We are your equals or superiors. You're not reporting. So just want to remind the board of that, perhaps a little more computational stance in the past. So there seems to be an increasing tendency to treat electeds as department heads. That's not. So that's all I really have. We do have several felony trials to be scheduled tomorrow. Just want to throw out there, if possible, Public Works or anyone's listening, to please be careful with the construction noise down in the old commissioners' chambers, since we're going to have potential jurors and things right above them. Do a contemplation of listening to testimony and so forth. There is a case that we're hoping is the one that gets selected to go tomorrow. It's a vehicular homicide from 2 years ago that really needs to get finished. This death occurred in January 2020. As you can imagine, having that hanging over your head for the 3 families for 2 years. Which is awful. So we're hoping that that's the one that gets done. So that's what I know right now.
So just to be clear, are you saying that an elected can hire at any step they would like?
Yes.
And they don't even have to ask?
As long as the money's there. Right. Right.
Had no idea.
What's that?
Had no idea.
So in the Osborne case, and then it was certified by the Supreme Court years after that, and a question to the federal court. So that's, you know, that requires the consent for the creation of the position under the RCWs, but not for the individual decision on the hiring and firing.
What latitude within as far as compensation?
It's got to be fit within the budgetary framework. So that, I don't think there's a tremendous amount, because if you go far outside the current schemes, you're not going to have, like, the budget was premised on certain positions and certain grades and so forth. So, you know, if they can bring in alternative, you know, revenues, things like that, or if they decide to, you know, for example, they have 3 positions and they want to elevate the pay of 2 and leave the 3rd unfilled, it could be, you know, budgetary moves like that. But I would think that would be quite frequent.
I mean, there's nothing to debate. I think it's an academic thing, because I think there is, you know, there is only so, as you said, so much latitude, and it's, you know, nobody's pushing to do something crazy anyway. That get dealt with if that ever happened, where it's like, you know, an elected was authorized, you know, paying somebody double what anybody else was being paid, and then eliminating, you know, I'm just not filling a position. And I think at the next go around, it would be the budget go around. It's like, well, you obviously don't need that FTE count, because you're doing the work with one less person. So
it would invite issues like that.
Again, it's all, I think it's all academic. It's like, no, I think I would, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Well, I think for years, it's been a very collegial environment between the board and electeds. So I think it's becoming increasingly less so, and that the electeds may have to be more assertive in protecting their rights and privileges. Just making that clear.
Usually happens when the money is plentiful as it is. Last question I have is, it's been continually brought up since during public comment on the zoning language that says that on projects over $1 million, we can charge for, in essence, everything. Way back when they said that it was for only extraneous, like we couldn't charge for Mochi's time, we couldn't charge for your time or anything like that. And the question was, that was the advice we had from Oscar Pepper, I believe, way back when. And that's how we've always operated. Is that your interpretation of it is the same as at Oscar Pepper's? We saw, I don't know, a month ago, we saw it. I thought we asked the question.
Make any public statement right now, but we have not obtained any legal memoranda or anything that would be consistent with that.
Sorry.
We have not found the source of where that policy.
So your position, do you have a position, or should it be?
Well, my position is hopefully that everyone takes due care to follow the current mandates to protect each other from in a pandemic that's increasingly.
Oh, sorry. I didn't even realize that. I walked out of the private room. I'm sorry.
I'm not prepared to give a public statement on that.
So it would be best for us to write a PA opinion request.
There was one from a department head that we're working on issues related to that.
Okay, so it is there. I thought
I'm aware of the issue. It's been a slower turnaround than anticipated. We just got quite a few other things that fall in our line.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that it was still there and it's still being worked.
I'm aware of the concern. Speaking of, there was another concern related to something about the newspaper. The county was contacted on behalf of a reporter from the Columbia Village News asking for confirmation of a statement that was made by, I believe, one of the appellants in the under-canvas matter, something to the effect that the county be paying for all these roads. And so there was a request to confirm that from the newspaper, consultation with Public Works. That is certainly not the case. That's one of the conditions that they would have to improve and maintain that. So that information is relayed to the paper. They made the determination apparently to remove that reference in their article, but the county did not reach out have to change that article or the decision. We just confirmed information upon request.
Okay. And it didn't come from us in the first place. Right?
No, no. I can't remember the name of the individual, but it's someone that was taking the position that the county was going to ensure that was the county was going to pay for some sort of improvement of roadways, which that, to my knowledge, had never been contemplated. It was nowhere near be found in the 6-year plan and various.
And to my knowledge, we have not, or do we have the power to ask the press to redact statements out of their articles? I did have something, if I may, Mr. Chairman. I did have an inquiry from, and it seems, really early, but given the nature, last summer, there was a lot of discussion about fireworks bans during and I did have a constituent that did raise the issue again about, what is potentially even available. And if you can.
There's pretty broad latitude. You can impose additional restrictions, but it has to be more than a year in advance.
That's what I remember.
So it would not be in effect for this 4th of July, nor next, the second term that's open is the New Year's Eve, so it would not affect that. It has to be in effect for 12 months and prior to the additional restrictions.
There is pending litigation to change that for emergency purposes, like what the fire and whatnot. It's projected to pass, but
Legislation or litigation?
Legislation, sorry. Yeah. I'm so frazzled that I walked in here without.
There was some jurisdictions, I think, that cited some sort of amorphous emergency. But that was the legislation to address that would be a far preferable.
That's what I believe is happening.
Okay. So if that's being contemplated, you would want to, move forward with that process and finalize that process before July 4th of this year, if you want it in effect for next year.
And the legislation had a date range on it too, where you had to give some notice. I don't remember how much it was. It might have been something small as 2 weeks, but there was definitely a date range. I just don't remember. That's what I read.
Is there any legislation that you're tracking that you're worried about that we should be aware of?
No, I don't have the limits of time to follow all these different things with the legislature. My job is to enforce the law. I deal with the law as I come. Very rarely do I get involved with the legislative process or even really follow at this, especially this preliminary stage. Not a productive use of my time.
I just didn't know if you're part of the prosecutors association that says these are our key 4 bills that we care.
No, I received briefing. I was on the board the last year. Started January 1st. I'm no longer on the board, so not that I don't think I get the same, board briefings or anything. But there's a lot going on. I have confidence that the association would put out notice of anything truly dire. It's been a few years since anything I can recall. We did have a former executive director, Tom McBride. I think that, to be honest, a lot more access. I think our executive director now is a wonderful man doing a good job. But it's a different process. And frankly, the overwhelming majority of the legislature was moving in a certain direction and really could care less what a fat white male prosecutor in rural county has to say.
Okay.
I'll be candid.
They don't care what a fat white county commissioner has to say.
Well, we
Just found
represent
that out.
20,000 people, that's 20.05 of the state's population. And that's reflected of the interest paid for.
Sometimes you can be so positive.
Right.
In a realist.
He's right. It is-
I know.
He is right too. It is very, like my briefing for this is, it's 174 pages long. I mean, each page is a different bill and it's hard to, but you're terrified you're gonna miss something that is, really, because you're like, oh, that'll never go anywhere. That'll die. And the vast majority of it does, as far as 95% of it does. So it doesn't get easier when it, when the cutoff is, which I think is February 3rd this year, then it gets now, instead of being 170, it's now down. Now we're down to 50 pages, then we're down to.
I stay up as, my goal is to make sure I'm familiar with the changes within the 12 months after the changes were passed. That's quite difficult enough. So
Before the change we get.
yeah, that would be ideal. In the last session, there was unusually busy session, especially related to criminal justice stakeholders and participants that it was a little surprised at how poor of a job some of the communication was from the legislature and some of the different stakeholder groups on effectuating that. I did a lot of trainings locally on some of the issues, but that was 2 hours each, and that was just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, it's a concern.
Speaking of, we're gonna probably sign off on these body cams next week.
But I do appreciate Karen at the sheriff's office, the construction of their RFP, trying to take into account the concerns that we have, the pretty deep concerns at this point. We don't have the capacity currently to do a lot more of this, the discovery management. Just not rate this. We're extremely concerned. But they got to have recording mechanisms in effect as of 2 weeks ago. So, frankly, there's a lot of good evidence that we obtained. For years, there's civil liberties groups were advocating and zealously litigating the need for body cams and more surveillance and everything. I think you heard a lot about this from the ACLU and different equivalent groups up until about 4 years ago, when many departments started implementing, especially cities, started implementing body cam protocols. It was becoming much more standardized in the field. Washington's definitely significantly further behind because of the breadth of our public records law. The legislature tweaked that around last year, but really just made some tweaks and fixed the underlying problem. But so Washington is further behind. The recent requirements of the recording is, I think, going to probably push that up a little bit. But starting 3-4 years ago, you started hearing very little from those groups that had been so zealous in their advocacy before, because it turns out, lo and behold, there's lots of great evidence that's captured on these recordings that make prosecution much more efficient. And it's great. The jurors nowadays, especially, want a video can go on. If we're allowed to play it, we do have a judge in this jurisdiction that prevents us routinely from playing videos because he believes the video testimony of the obvious drunkenness of a DUI suspect is too prejudicial to a jury to allow us to present that evidence.
Is it evidence supposed to be prejudicial one way or the other?
Evidence that tends to prove your guilt is by definition prejudicial to you. The question is unfair prejudice. Was it obtained illegally or in violation of rights? But judges,
Guilty, you're guilty. That's got to be prejudicial.
By definition.
Yeah. Okay. Any other updates?
no, it's everything.
Okay. Well, how much, I got in the, our cert to the Supreme Court, the book.
Nice
very,
book.
Very
Goes in my
beautiful-
collection.
Very beautiful book. Do we know?
It is
how-
fantastic.
They did, yeah, from what I've read, they wrote a really
How would you not be persuaded?
Till you see the other side.
Again, like I mentioned, I think I mentioned before, the Supreme Court has evaluated the petition. If they have not granted cert by any means, but they have requested a response from the tribe. So roughly it goes 1/10 of 1% to 10% chance of certification. So it's a dramatic increase, but still, they get 6,000 a year or something like that.
So until they did that, they had not produced their own.
Correct. They waive their right to respond, which is somewhat typical.
They are now busily making
They
their own.
retain Supreme Court specialists. That's been an issue. I've been contacted by a constituent that Supreme Court specialists are extremely rare. It takes, you have to be sponsored by 2 current Supreme Court practitioners to be allowed to practice in the Supreme Court. There's only a couple hundred in the country. They are considered generally the best of the best, and they're reflected in the rates they charge.
So what happens if they couldn't find someone to take it? You know, the Supreme Court said.
They need offer more money, because that would.
Somebody would have to
will do
take
it for the right price.
Tribes have very little difficulty finding people to they tend to view that as a charitable equivalent.
Do we know how much did our pretty little book cost us now?
The cap was $100,000.
That was 100, did we use it all?
Yeah, the petition, but yes,
Okay.
the actual fee got far in excess.
All right, do you have anything for executive session?
No.
Okay.
I have one quick question. You said you, pertaining to our Western Rural Kansas Charitable, you said you were gonna have a meeting with your counterparts later to discuss. Can you give me an update when you're planning on doing that, or when you're gonna be ready?
I have spoken to several people. I definitely come up with a conclusion. I'd rather not get, I'd rather talk to you individually. Okay. If not, I can.
No, that's totally fine. We were just waiting on your input.
Sure.
So if you have input, we'll just schedule some time to sit down and have a conversation.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Yep.
I've been meaning to reach out all 3. I think I'm only, actually, I don't even think I talked to you. So that's on my list.
All right. That's all
All
I
right, thank you for your time.
Sorry for being a bonehead when I walk out of my office.
Do you
Have an update for me?
have an update? Yeah. How did it go?
Well, the first citizen to speak. Because of the shortage of time, they did everything out of order. Because of the shortage of time, they limited it to 1.5 minutes. Miss Cypress Creek talked, and then she turned it over to Mr. Cypress Creek on the same 1.5 minutes. His time ran out. He continued to talk for probably another 1.5 minutes when the screen was red. And nobody stopped him. And then I was the first, I guess I would say, other person to testify. There was issues with them hearing my mic the whole time the camera's going or the clock's going. So I essentially got a 1 minute and 20 seconds. In the minute it turned red, they kind of stopped me and said 11 seconds. Halfway through that sentence, they pretty much said that. Okay. So I thought it was a very fair and equitable way to handle the amount of time given to an issue. But they seem to be very open to the idea of tax shift, tax burden on other issues that they were doing. But they looked at this kind of as correcting a tax shift by going to the open or going to the cost method of taxation would fix the tax shift. That was the way, essentially the legislative liaison that read the bill in kind of worded it, that by going to the cost-based method, it would repair tax shift. But I didn't get all the way through the tax shift.
Which was it from finance?
Yeah.
So I guess the only thing you can do is start reaching out to finance.
The ones that, yeah, one of them testified, or one of the representatives testified that sounded like a willing ear. So I will probably go ahead and turn in my entire testimony. Here's something.
Do you have anything else for the good of the order? Are you ready for a motion, Mr. Chairman? Do you have anything else for the good of the order?
No, other than hopefully everybody looks at those and stuff. Back on Thursday.
Okay, yeah,
Sorry, just kidding. Sorry, did we, I don't remember if we uniformly gave you permission to say no on the.
we talked to Director McClure, since I think we're gonna be at our 9:05. So we're gonna.
Now I'm ready for.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to adjourn the regular meeting to 9:05 a.m. on Thursday, January 20th for scheduled workshops.
Second.
Motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you to the 13 people who stayed here all the way.
Why is it 9:05?